Brenda, you want to open this for me?
Thank you.
Okay, one more minute.
I should have called you.
I was the only one who went to the last year.
Oh, is that right?
Hi, Mr. Blackmore. Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. All right. 6 o'clock. Y'all ready? All right. Good evening, and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today's Tuesday, April 15th, 2025, and it's approximately 6 p.m., and we do have all city members present, so we have a quorum. And I've asked Councilor Will Bradshaw to please lead us in the pledge. Councilor Bradshaw.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah.
All right. So we have a couple of executive session items first to begin our meeting. Agenda item number 2.1. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Chapter 551, Section 551.072, deliberations on real property, legal description CB 4445P, 29G, ABS 741, approximately located 7430 Hebner Road, Leon Valley, Texas 78238, also known as the Silo property. And agenda item number 2.2, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and Section 551.087 regarding lease agreement between the City of Leon Valley and San Blanc Holdings, LLC, DBA Poppy's Cafe. So at this time, let's see, it is 6:01. We will move to executive session and be back by 6:30. Okay, thank you. Really appreciate it. Stand in recess.
Go ahead. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Hey, do you want to run for city council? One, two, three of you, sure. As long as you looking out for citizens, staff, you got politicians who want to. What upsets me a lot, you have what? Oh, the city, residents of the city, only a thousand people actually have a vote.
I understand that.
Just be careful. Personally, no, that helps you out.
Yeah, we went to Brainerd together. I did, I haven't talked to Martha. I don't have a phone number anymore. I used to have it. I have her nephew's phone number. Client, from since 1976. Well, we went to Boone first. They sent us all the way to Boone over. I lived on the opposite side of it, so we.
Started telling me stuff he was doing.
Well, we used to dare each other to go upstairs in the onion house. I think I had Daryl Hooker. Whether they're lying or whether they're just using the internet. Oh, absolutely. A lot of people just working in there. Well, if you
I used to own Cha-Cha.
Abraham Hughes.
Yeah.
Not funny. No. Okay, that was one of the conversations we had, because she said, it's the population. Whoa, that was amazing.
Walking down the street, exactly. And that's when you walking down the road. Walking down the street. You're walking. Yeah, exactly. It's right across from the Oh, it was right. Oh, yeah. They had different schools where you're paying for it. I'll go and I sign it. So what I did was. Hi. Yep, I'm good. Very good.
Okay.
It's warm in here.
That's what we said. Crystal, it's a little warm. Yeah. Thank you. This. Okay, thank you. Are we all back? Oh, where's Miss Heil? Oh, she's right there. All right, we're back from executive session at 6:30, as promised. And our next agenda item number 4 is citizens to be heard. Any citizen wishing to address the council can come to the podium, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Now, if you want to speak on an agenda item, we do have several public hearings this evening on the development issues, so that would be a good place for you to give your comments there. But if you have any other questions or comments, please come to the podium, or if you have to leave and you'd like to share your ideas with the council because you have something else to do, then that's good. That's good as well. So, with that said, is there anyone that would like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. Yes, Ms. Mersch, how are you this evening?
Good evening, Council. I just want to bring up the cement place on Seneca, just off of Evers, where it wasn't redone but very short time ago, and it's already falling apart. So I don't know whether that was it's right kind of over the bridge, over the drainage area, and they put a cement area of the road from the asphalt, cement and asphalt, and they only did it a number of months ago, but it's already all cracking up. Okay. So I don't know whether it was a contractor or what, but at both seams with the asphalt, the cement is just chipping away. So
okay, so it's on Seneca.
It's on Seneca,
between
closest
Evers
to Evers.
Okay,
like just not even half a block off
I know
of
what
Evers.
you mean.
Yeah,
okay,
right there at the where the
okay.
drainage
All right,
goes
very
in,
good.
but the cement is not holding up.
Okay, so thank you for that. And we will so note it. I saw Melinda making a note of that. Okay, great. Anyone else? Okay. Hello, Mr. Yarnell. Did you want to say something? Yes, sir. You just came in right at the nick of time. Good evening and welcome.
I have some items I'd like to cover.
Sure.
Good evening, by the way.
Good
Council
evening.
and Mayor.
Mm-hmm, you bet.
First off, I want to give a shout out to 3 things that happened recently.
Mm-hmm.
I had a little need for help at my house, and we called the fire department, and they were very professional and took care of us.
Good. Thank you.
Recently, the Earthwise Living Committee had their event.
Mm-hmm.
It was very impressive with a lot of good vendors.
Great.
And it was a nice place to visit.
After 35 years, you think we get it right.
You got some things in the right slots.
Thank you for those compliments. Appreciate it. What's next?
The next thing is the staff. They created the dinner the other evening.
Oh, yeah, the volunteer appreciation
served
dinner.
us.
Mm-hmm.
That was very impressive, and I appreciate their service. They took care of every one of us, come to our tables, picked up our remains, got us drinks. Mm-hmm. I thank you. I thank them, wherever they are.
You're welcome.
Okay, now to come to the items that I have a little problem with. The first one has to do with the water tank at Marshall. Mm-hmm. That's on the agenda at, as I remember, 10.3. Is that something I can get an answer to during the citizens to be heard, or should I wait until that's brought up?
I'm not sure if we're discussing the water tank at 10.3. I think it's just the water.
It's not the water tank.
It's the
just water
sewer
rates.
rate.
It's the fee.
Excuse me, yes, ma'am.
It's the
Water
fee
rates.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a question about what the rates are going to be applied for.
Okay, so if you'll stay for that would be the best place, yeah.
the equipment at the conference center, the IT equipment at the conference center and in this chamber are almost unacceptable. The other evening during the dinner, Mayor, I could almost never understand. I could hear you, but I could not understand what you were saying. It seems to me that there were no speakers beyond some place up near you. I don't know where they were.
Okay.
That renting that facility, we are in competition with the commercial world. And if they intend to use our facility, our IT facilities there, I would not expect them to come back. They're atrocious. They have been for years, including this facility here. We keep hearing we're going to fix it to the point that it's almost become a lie. You yourself, Mayor, your voice is very tender and hard to hear without a microphone. Mine is just the opposite. But we seem to not be able to have any equipment that anywhere in any IT store to attach to this equipment we have to modulate the voices so they can be even or more.
All right. Mr. Yarnell, your time is up, but thank you so much. I know,
We're
Dr.
working on
Caldera,
it.
we are working on it.
You can't afford it. You don't have the money to do it. And so we're getting quotes right now. I do have one quote in that will work for this room, and it will allow me to handle the mic system in here a little bit better. But to redo this room, to redo the conference center, to bring it up to date, you don't have the funds to do it. And so we'll be working on making some changes for this room and for the conference center in the upcoming budget. But it's not going to be super, super high tech, but it'll be better than it is now.
So it's a question of having to have the proper funds available to handle this problem?
Everybody's told us so far, I mean, we've had 5 or 6 IT companies come in specifically for this room that it needs a complete overhaul. And so you're talking about $500,000 or more.
Okay.
Okay. Somebody win the lottery and then donate it. Somebody win the lottery and then donate it to us, right?
Well, we have to do things.
I'm just being facetious, Mr. Yarnell. We have to have, yeah, okay. You know I'm, okay. Anyone else like to address the council? Okay. Then seeing no one, let me go to agenda item number 5, possible action on issues discussed in executive session. If necessary, there is no action this evening. We will move then to presentations. Presentation 6.1, presentation of the 2024 Texas Municipal Library Directors Association Achievement of Excellence in Library Award. And I'm so honored to have Regina Reed, our library director, here so that we can present her with this honor. Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause. This is a big deal in the state of Texas, let me tell you. Very few libraries get this honor, and I will say, I loved saying this, there's only 3 suburban libraries in Bexar County, and we're one of the 3. So, very good. All right, so you have a presentation first?
I do.
Okay.
It's very short because you will cover most of it later.
All right, great.
So, evening, Mayor and Council.
Evening, and thank you.
We did receive the 2024 TMLDA Achievement of Excellence Award in Libraries. This you will go over more thoroughly. These are just 10 subsections of library services that we should be providing as libraries that we just have to prove that we're doing. And so it's kind of a check system that we can make sure that we're continuing the services that we're supposed to be doing every year to make sure that as a library we're providing the services to the community that we need to. Some of these things are underserved populations, innovative marketing to make sure that people come to what we're doing, literacy support, collaboration with the community, digital inclusion, workforce development, all the things that a modern library should be doing. That's the basic 10 categories. We did get notice for digital inclusion this year in the presentation. The whole presentation was like 5 minutes, so I didn't include it, but I just took a screenshot of our little spot for brevity. And I wanted to just say thank you to the library staff as well, because without the faces of the library and the staff that work the CERC desk, continuously helping the patrons, I don't think we would be able to do as much as we're able to do with our programming and everything. So I do have, during the presentation of the award, I do have Cindy Alvarez, our new assistant library director that's been with us almost 6 months, and Angelina Corona, who is our full-time library assistant too, who is the main face of the circulation desk.
Very good. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Martinez, and let me go down and give you this award. Go ahead.
What does TMLDA stand for?
Texas Municipal Library Directors Association. So it's the library directors portion of the Texas Municipal League.
Thank you.
I don't know about y'all, but I love the library. Test it. Oh, there we go. Test. It's on. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to say I love the library, and my granddaughter and my husband both love the library too. She does miss the big lion that she used to be able to hug on, and I think y'all had to take it away because of COVID or something.
Oh, yes,
that
was
one.
before me.
That was before you. Yeah, she loved that big lion. She just loved it. But anyway, so every time she comes to stay with us, we go to the library and we see y'all. So thank you so much. All right, let me just read this letter. Let me give that to you. I'm going to let you hold that. Yeah, there you go.
However, I can do it.
Oh, you're wonderful. Okay, this is the letter that was sent to Miss Reed in congratulatory sentiment for her achievement. Congratulations to the Leon Valley Public Library. On behalf of the Texas Municipal Library Directors Association, I am pleased to inform you that you have been awarded the 2024 Achievement of Excellence in Library Award. Your application clearly demonstrated your commitment to providing exceptional service to your community. Of the 542 public library systems in Texas, your library is one of only 102 who have earned this year's award. With this honor, your library is now in the top 19% of all public libraries in the state. I mean, that is awesome. Again, congratulations on this accomplishment, and thank you for enriching the lives of your residents and providing your community with outstanding and innovative services. Sincerely, Cynthia Fletterer. There we go. And she's the president of the Texas Municipal Library Directors Association. Let's show our appreciation to our wonderful library director, assistant director, and full-time face of Leon of the library, Angelina. Okay. What would you? Oh, and then we have a plaque. That's important too. This is the beautiful plaque. And Regina, since you've been here, you've received it every year.
Yes.
Yes. And since how long? When did you first come? Right after COVID.
2020. I started
2020.
in July of 2020.
That's right. I remember that. Okay, so this is the beautiful plaque. It says 2024 Achievement of Excellence in Libraries Award presented to the Leon Valley Public Library, awarded by the Texas Municipal Library Directors Association. Isn't that beautiful? All right, thank you. And I was going to give you an opportunity to speak.
I said most of what I was going to say earlier. I just wanted to thank the staff and the community. Without the community support, we wouldn't be able to do anything that we do in the library. And the numbers that we get in our programming are kind of unheard of for a library our size. And so we're able to set a standard across the state for what we do, which is really down to the community's involvement in the library. So thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, all are good. All right. Anyone from the dais want to say anything? All right. Oh, okay. You bet. You bet. Let me. Congratulations. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. See you at the library. Also, if y'all haven't been by the library, they just renovated it. So go by and check it out. There's a new circulation desk, and the bathrooms are done. There's tile. So go check it out. All right, very good. Then we move to the next presentation. This is our quarterly report of how are we doing financially. And we have Carol Gehring, our finance director. Carol, good evening. And she's going to present the monthly financial report ending March 31st, 2025. Thank you. If you'll begin, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So we are in March, which marks the halfway point of the fiscal year. We will be looking at the budget to actual for fiscal year 25 and also focus on the comparison of 2024 to 2025 for the revenues and expenditures. I will highlight significant variances and provide analysis on the activity that is causing the increase and decreases, starting with the general fund revenue. The property tax is comparable to last year at this time. We will hopefully collect the same percentage, which is generally 99% at the end of the fiscal year. Sales tax, once again, we've collected roughly the same amount as we had by this point in the fiscal year of last year. While we are not yet at 50% of the budget, we expect to be close to that mark by the end of the year once the accruals are factoring. On the franchise tax, they remain unchanged from the previous quarter that I presented, as we have not yet received the next payment covering quarter one of 2025. On the license and permits, the revenue this year has been primarily driven by permits, tree mitigation fees, and municipal court fees. Although we have other fees in there, those three are the primarily driver of the increase of the revenue. On miscellaneous revenue, I'm going to go ahead and change the slide for a second. The increase of the $2 million is due to the sales of the land that we have covered before. So going back to the expenditures of the general funds, most expenditures are at or below the 50% budget mark, and we are percentage-wise very similar to this point in fiscal year 2024. One exception is IT, where many software costs are paid at the beginning of the fiscal year, resulting in higher upfront expenditures rather than spreading them throughout the year. Another exception that you might see is in the impound lot, which is trending higher in fiscal year 25 compared to 35.5% as of March fiscal year 2024. And this increase is due to the timing of the construction of the impound lot, which began later in fiscal year 2024 and went over in fiscal year 2025.
Right.
Now moving on to the water fund. Most expenditures, as of now, our water revenue stands at 43.2% of the budget. While that might be a little bit behind the halfway mark, it is important to keep in mind that the hotter months are still ahead of us. Historically, water consumption tends to rise during the summer with increased outdoor watering, pool use, and overall higher demand to the heat. So as we move into those peak months, we can expect to see a natural increase in usage, which should help us to close the gap and bring us closer to our budgeted revenue. Now, I'm going to move over again for the miscellaneous revenue. We have budgeted $1.3 million for the grant for the Bexar County. That's the water line, the Verde water line project that we have not started. That's why we have not received any reimbursements yet. So we stand as no money received. On the expenditures, the increase in water expenditures this year is largely due to the purchase of the water rights. As noted on the explanation below, these water rights are being funded in part through the current revenue, as well as the reserves from the water supply impact fees, which as fiscal year 2024, we had $775,000. The rest of the expenditures remain below 50%, except for the decrease in the sewer expenditures that last year we had 24.4%, and this year we only have 8.4%. This is due to capital projects being underway. While the projects are in progress, much of the budgeted funds have yet to be spent, which is why the current expenditures appear to be lower. On the community center, revenues are higher this year, but still they're based on demand. On the expenditures, they remain below the 50% mark with the exception of the capital outlay, and which is higher due to the completed purchase of the chairs that we budgeted for fiscal year 25. On the community development fund, the revenue is comparable to the prior year and to the general fund for sales tax percentage. The expenditures are a little higher than prior year, but are still under 50%, which is the halfway mark. On impound lot, the revenue is slightly lower at this point, but we anticipate holding 3 more auctions throughout the year, which should help increase overall revenue. The expenditures remain below the 50% mark with the exception of the capital outlay, which is higher due to the impound lot that we built. Moving on to the red light camera fund. The red light camera revenue has decreased $370,000. When we look at the number of cases from October 2023 to March 2024, the city issued 39,366 citations, which 13,048 were paid. In comparison between October 2024 and March 2025, the city issued 25,227 citations, but just 7,504 have been paid so far. This decline in both issuance and payment is contributing to the drop in revenue. On the expenditures, the rest of the expenditures below 50%, except the transfers. That's the shared personnel transfer that we do in January. And that concludes the financial statement.
Very good. Are there any questions for Ms. Gehring from the council? Please let me know. And then if anyone in our chambers has a question, please come, just raise your hand. Yes, Mr. Campos.
Ms. Gehring, thank you for the presentation. You and I have met to go over some of the details of this, so a lot of my questions have been already answered. So, but I'm very thankful for your explanation, your analysis, so thank you very much for sharing that with the general public.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate it too. I was able to meet with Carol last week, and boy, she's got such exact records. It was like, where did this come from? And boy, she pulls it out, and she's got it all documented. So I'm very grateful for your help. So thank you so much. All right, anyone else? All right, then if not, then we'll move on to announcements by the mayor and council. All right. And I'll start. I just wanted to remind everybody that we have a coffee with the mayor and the council on Saturday, April 26th from 9 to 11 at the conference center. And we're going to be talking about goals and objectives that we started last year, and then we talked about it at the town hall meeting, so we're going to try to finalize that. And then we'll have a citizens to be heard portion as well. So please come. It's a great gathering of the community, 9 to 11 on the 26th. Interesting, the Lions Roar hit the mailbox this week, and I've gotten like 3 emails from citizens who said, Mayor, this is what I think we need to do for the community pool. You know, we had a little section in there that said we covered it up with dirt, and so what are we going to do with it? We're going to do a pickleball, we're going to do a dog park, maybe a community garden, and so people are starting to respond. And so what I'd like to say is on May the 6th at this city council meeting, we will have this as an agenda item. So please come back, give us your feedback to the council so we will know what the priorities are from the citizens. Early voting is going to start on for the May 3rd election on April 22nd to April 29th at our conference center, or you can vote, at all different other areas around town. I did get, and I put it in the Lions Roar, but I have gotten a few inquiries about what about a candidates forum, and I did reach out probably about 2 months ago or 6 weeks ago to the League of Women Voters to see if they could conduct a candidates forum, but due to the city of San Antonio, 26 mayoral candidates for mayor and then 10 district races, they are just not able to do anything but the city of San Antonio. So there'll be no candidates for 'em, this year. But please vote. And wishing everyone on behalf of the council and our staff, wishing everyone a happy Easter, a happy Passover, and happy Fiesta. And if you didn't get a medal, let us know. We're passing them out this evening. And that's it. That's all I have for today. So does anyone else like to add anything? Yes, Councilor Heil.
I actually want to thank Public Works and particularly George and his staff. He came out and put a sidewalk along the street where it was handicapped, so now the people can continue on the sidewalk. We have little kids that don't have to walk in the street, and it was really interesting. So many of the neighbors came by to say, boy, they were nice guys, and they were. They were so receptive to anybody that asked them a question. You can be proud of them. And the other thing that happened is when I was out walking, a gentleman stopped me and complained about his water bill. He's on Leon Valley Water, and he's spending $85 a month. He said, I'm a widower. I don't water my lawn. His lawn was dead. And I said, let me see what I can do. I called Public Works. David Demeline answered the phone. He said, have him call me. He said, we will do an assessment. We'll see what's happening. We'll come out to his house and help him. And this gentleman was so receptive. So we appreciate what you're doing in Public Works.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for those compliments, Ms. Heil. Do appreciate it. Mr. Martinez, did you want to go next?
This is another item that the library does that is not widely known about. I think a lot of people know that I am an amateur radio operator, and I am, for the San Antonio Radio Club, I am their volunteer examiner coordinator. So this Saturday and every other month, about the third Saturday of the month, well, we offer we offer amateur radio testing. It requires 3 amateur radio operators to administer a test and sign off, and so there's kind of very little chance of cheating. But I've been doing that for several years now, and this Saturday at 12 o'clock in the conference center at the library, we'll be giving amateur radio testing. So that's one of the good things that the library does for the community. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Orozco?
Just really quick, early voting starts on the 22nd, and be sure and exercise your right to vote. We have one contested race for Leon Valley, and we have 2 councilmen that are already, well, a future councilman, that's going to come on board. So exercise your voting right, and the more people that will vote in Leon Valley, really, I can tell you that people outside Leon Valley and the state, it looks what we do in here. So the more people we put out, the more they, and happy Easter and Passover, and well, I'll wait till later. But anyway, thank you so much for showing up. It's going to be a long night, so bear with us, and we'll get things done for y'all.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, Mr.? Okay. Mr. Campos, you usually have a few things to say. Go ahead, please.
So I know we've mentioned this already, but we had a volunteer dinner, and we had the staff come after hours. They don't get paid for it, and we appreciate the staff for doing that for us, and all the volunteers that you served. Really do appreciate it. I know it takes time out of your day, and you're showing your appreciation for everybody who volunteers, so thank you again. This library award is something special. They're always doing something special in the library. They're always looking for funds, for grant funds. We had an anonymous, I think it was a semi-anonymous contribution this year for the library for them to obtain some more equipment, so we appreciate that donor. So for everything that the city staff does, thank you very much, from Public Works to the police, fire, EMS units, all they do every day. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, very good. Thank you so much for those announcements. Dr. Caldera, your city manager's report, what would you like to add?
Hi, yes, so my city manager's report is online and outside in the foyer. The only thing I have to add this evening is TxDOT sent over some information. They're going to be holding 2 public hearings about policies affecting bicycle use on the state highway system on Thursday, May the 1st at 5 p.m., and then May 15th, which is also a Thursday, at 11:59. And again, those are virtual meetings. You can find that information outside, and we'll be posting it in our e-news and on our website, as well as our social media.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Agenda item number 9 is our consent agenda, 9.1 through 9.4. If no one would like to pull anything for discussion, may I have a motion and a second?
Make
Yes,
a
sir.
motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay. And you'll second. All right. So we have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Roscoe to approve consent agenda item 9.1 through 9.4 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. All right. Moving then to the regular agenda. Let me read this, and we do have a public hearing where I'll open it and close it and ask anyone who would like to address the council on this item to please come forward. And 10.1, presentation, discussion, public hearing, and possible action on an ordinance on a request to rezone approximately 6.8 acres of land from R1 Single Family Dwelling District to Planned Development District, PDD, with R3 Multiple Family Dwelling Base Zoning District, located at 6612 and 6618 Sawyer Road, and more specifically described as the northwest 330 foot of lots 10, 11, 12, and 13, and the northeast 20-foot triangle of lot 10, and the southwest 400 foot of lot 3, CB 5874. And our first read was is that right? Yeah, our first read was held on April the 1st. So we have a
Susanna's going to give the presentation, but I just wanted to talk about the procedures just a little bit.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
So,
Dr. Caldera.
Sorry. So essentially what's going to happen this evening, we're going to go through the public hearing, go through it. But as we get to the variances, we're going to vote on the zoning portion first. And then I think on this item, there's 9 variances, 8 or 9 variances on this one.
6.
No, there's at least 8 on this particular, on Sawyer Road.
Oh.
And so,
as she's over 9.
So then as she's going through them, we're going to vote on each of the variances. So if you approve, now if you deny the zoning or y'all decide to table, postpone, that's a different thing. But if we're going to vote on the zoning this evening, they're going to vote on the zoning first, and then we're going to take each of the variances subsequent after that and take votes on each of the variances so the record is very clear. Okay. So the variances are very clear of what y'all are adopting. So it's a little bit different than what we normally do, but I wanted to make sure there's clarity on what y'all are approving and not approving. There seemed to be a little confusion the last time.
Okay. Excuse me. Is that we've never done this before, so this is a proper procedure?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, technically, you could grant each variance
Here, go ahead.
collectively, but the way to vote on them one by one is.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure since we have never done this before.
So the ones before, this has been the, I don't
Excuse
know
me.
which one that is.
If you have your cell phone, if you could please silence it. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So it's been a while that I've had a project or a PDD that had this many variances. And in the PDDs in the past, or sometimes we vote on it as presented, and then y'all try to make your motion to account for each of the variances. And I think that's a little complicated sometimes. And so in this case, we're going to vote on the zoning, and then you'll vote on each of the variances.
Right. It's just to maintain clarity of the record.
All right. Thank you for that. Do appreciate it.
And I'll turn it over to Susanna.
Okay. Good evening. This is Susanna Huerta, our Public Planning and Zoning Director. And good evening and welcome. So glad you're here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
You bet.
Yes, this is the PDD request on Sawyer Road that you did consider at the last meeting. Just to advise, we did receive some revisions. I think most of you all were copied, if not all of you were copied, on some revisions that the applicant submitted this afternoon, a little after 1 o'clock. And staff has not had the opportunity to fully review it. I know he summarized his changes. However, staff cannot assert the accuracy because we haven't had an opportunity. I did forward it to our city engineer and to our fire department. However, it's too quick for them to review any changes. So we can't assert that it doesn't affect engineering or fire or even planning. But just wanted to make you aware that those did come in. The question before council today is you're being asked to consider a zone change request from R1 single family dwelling district to planned development district with the base zoning of R3 multifamily dwelling district. You have options of approving as submitted, approving with revisions, or denying. The Plan and Zoning Commission recommended denial of this request. This just states the code from the on planned development districts and what they are meant to do, to allow. The proposed project is a condominium-style townhouse development, and they are requesting variances from Section 15.02.308 R3 multiple family dwelling district. And we were going to go, as the city manager stated, we're going to go through each one individually. Variance number 1 has to do, it's actually under the section of lot regulations, but it deals with the area. And I thought for clarity I would read you what that section says. And it says, area, a lot on which there is erected or converted a multiple family dwelling shall contain an area of not less than 10,400 square feet for the first 3 units and 1,200 square feet for each additional unit. So this variance request is to reduce the minimum size area after the first 3 units to be decreased from 1,200 to 600. So just wanted to make sure that was clear, that it's under lot regulations, but it really deals with area of each unit.
Okay. Can you take our questions as we have them? I had a question here because so this is the condominium, right? Mm-hmm. Is it 2 stories or 4 stories? And that is going to be reduced from 1,200 square feet to 600 square feet for the whole condominium?
Well,
is that what that means?
No, what the ordinance says is that after the first 3.
Okay, I'm past the first 3.
Mayor,
then he wants the variance.
It's units.
It's the unit.
It's the unit. It's not the whole condominium is not going
I meant the individual unit.
Is going to go from
1,200 square feet to 600 feet, and it could be over 2 stories or 4 stories?
Yes, so his next variance is asking to go from 3 stories to 4 stories.
I understand.
Wait a minute. So what this means is, depending on the lot size, okay, you have to have a minimum of 10,400 square foot of lot size for the first 3, and then a minimum of 1,200 of lot size for every unit thereafter. So it's not the units themselves, it's the land area of the lot. Mm-hmm. So, and I'll explain it more in the next one as well, but this has nothing to do with the actual condominium size. He can make the condominiums whatever size he wants. This has to do with the area of the lot.
But I thought it was one big lot.
It is one big lot.
And then you're
But what he's saying is the number of units that he's going to put on this, it wouldn't fit on this lot.
I'm sorry? It would?
The number of units that he wants to put on this lot, the lot would not be big enough with this regulation.
Okay, would not be.
Nothing to do with the condos. It has to do with the area of the lot itself.
Okay, all right. So when it said unit, I thought that equaled condominium. So anyway, thanks for that clarification. Really appreciate it. Maybe that helped. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, variance number 2 is the minimum height is increased from 3 stories to 4 stories.
Okay.
So the code allows for 3. He's asking for 4. For height, 4 stories.
Mm-hmm.
Variance number 3 is for minimum parking spaces for 2-bedroom units to be decreased from 2 to 1.5.
Okay, so you and I talked about that today, and I said, how can you have 1.5?
Yes, so
So
it's
would
the
you
number
explain
of
that?
units. So like, let's say he's proposing 10 units to keep it simple.
Uh-huh.
It would be 1.5 times 10. So it would be 15 parking spaces would be required for those 10 units.
For those 10 units.
Yes. Now I want to point out, I know the applicant has stated comparing to San Antonio and San Antonio's requirement. So I looked up San Antonio. And so what he's proposing does not meet San Antonio. It's actually less because we require 1 parking spaces for 1-bedroom units and then 1 additional parking space for each additional bedroom. So 2-bedroom units require 2, 3 bedrooms, 3, and so forth. San Antonio, the minimum is 1.5 even for 1-bedroom units.
Oh,
So
okay.
it would be greater in the end what San Antonio requires versus what we require. They have a minimum of 1.5 even if you're a 1-bedroom. They do have a maximum of 2. So then he's proposing 1.5 for 2 bedrooms, where San Antonio requires 2. And then theirs is 2 no matter if you go to 3 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms.
Okay, but our ordinance says 1 parking space per bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And so
Thank you.
San Antonio's would still be more than what this proposal is.
Right. But we're Leon Valley.
Yes. No, I know. It's just
I
since
mean,
the
you know,
applicant
I
has
just-
brought that up,
yeah,
I wanted
okay,
to point
all
that out,
right.
that difference.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Variance number 4 is a request to provide only 2 parking spaces for townhouses with more than 2 bedrooms. So that's the maximum. That does meet the San Antonio.
And there will be condominiums with 3 and 4 bedrooms? Or we don't know yet?
We don't
Okay.
know,
All right. But they,
There is.
okay,
Mhm.
just 2.
Variance number 5 is requesting to reduce the minimum setbacks from 20 feet to 5 feet in the front, 25 feet to 5 feet in the rear, and 15 feet to 4 feet between buildings. I know there was something in the email, which I hadn't quite figured out yet, about that there's some changes to adding 30 feet, but I didn't know if that was related to a setback or not.
Okay.
It wasn't obvious from
All right.
from the
Would you
email.
explain to the council and to the members of our chamber this evening, why are setbacks important?
Well, it can be different things.
Mhm.
One of the things can be visibility
Mm-hmm.
onto the street.
Mm-hmm.
The other could be between buildings, can be for fire and safety,
Mm-hmm.
fire regulations. Fires can jump.
Sure.
So you maintain a greater distance, and so it might be closer.
Right.
These are multifamily, though the walls will have to be fire rated, and but that would be the concern. I know engineering did mention something about they were concerned if it's so narrow, if the fire department had to get in there, would there be enough of the angle of the ladder to reach like the 4th floor? That was the city engineering comment. Also, you have minimum setbacks. It's for greater open space and green space. It's about what do you want the development to look like aesthetically? Do you want more green area or do you want more density? It's just what you want as
Sure.
a community.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
But this allows him reducing the setbacks, allows for greater density, more units. So that's the purpose of that request. Number 6, reduce landscaping requirements from 35% of property and 5% in plantings to 10% of the property and 2% of plantings. And again, that goes back to the density. I think that's why the requirement to allow for more units and therefore reduce our minimum landscaping requirements.
Okay. Now, this has nothing to do with trees, right? This just has to do with bushes and...
Yes. Just the landscaping
landscaping
requirements from the ordinance.
Okay.
We do have some tree requirements in our landscaping
Right.
ordinance.
Okay.
In the parking lots.
Okay. Thank you.
We decided to list this as a variance
Okay,
since
that's
staff brought
why.
up that we were concerned with this request that talks about the development of a multifamily project with a site plan substantially similar illustration attached in Exhibit B, and the layout of the site plan and all stated and unstated code modifications required to build it shall be allowed by right and shall supersede the current code requirements where there is conflict. Now, in today's email, the applicant did strike out the unstated code modifications, those 2 or 3 words there. However, staff would still have concerns with if we leave here, it says required to build it shall be allowed by right, and it still says and shall supersede the current code requirements. So we would like to strike that supersede the current code. It still kind of leaves it open-ended, in my humble opinion. I'm not an attorney, but that's
Okay.
Nor do I play one on TV.
All right, so that's why I thought we only had 6 variances, but y'all put this from the comments from the developer into a variance.
Yes.
Okay, so that
because
was what was
essentially
different.
it's a variance
Yeah, okay.
that he's asking
Yeah,
for.
all right, good to
One
know
of
that.
those kind of more
Okay.
unstated.
Okay, here's another one. Yeah.
Variance number 8 is staff recommends the following to be removed from the PDD request. It talks about modifying the site plan as long as the required modifications of the code meet the site plan shown in Exhibit B. Again, that goes back to unstated. I know in the email he did make it a little clearer on number of units. So here it talks about approximately 150, but not exceeding 165. And we just wanted to make sure anything over 10% came for council approval. That was our recommendation. And then the last one has to do with tree preservation and mitigation plan. The code, as I'm interpreting it, does not give council the ability to grant a variance, and correct me if I'm wrong, Counselor, to grant a variance to the tree preservation regulations through the PDD process. It's required that you go through a variance, and that's why I was stating that the code asks for a survey so that we can calculate mitigation fees. Like here, he's not proposing any mitigation fees. He's not telling us, I would owe this much, but I would like to pay this much in mitigation fees. And I think that's something, then it totally ignores the tree preservation regulations.
Okay. And is that, would you, go ahead. Okay, very good, thank you. Just, the attorney said your summation was correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the location map. So that was the last variant
Okay.
I had.
Very good.
Location map located off of Sawyer Road. The aerial view of the property. The surrounding zoning to the north, you have B1, B2, and R1 single family. To the west, R1 and R3. To the east, B1, B2, B3, and R1. To the south, R1, R3, B2, and B3. This shows you the zoning. See, all the light blue is R1, B3 adjacent, and then some B2 over here closer to Bandera Road. This is a site plan, however, it's been updated, so there is a newer site plan that staff has not had an opportunity to review, so this is
not the
this is
updated?
not the latest, no.
Okay.
We did not have time to change it on our PowerPoint, since this was already how the packet went out.
Right.
Our comments, the development will be located on one lot as opposed to multiple lots in a townhouse development. They're designing it as a condominium style development, which is suited for an R3 multiple family zoning district, which is the base zoning they're requesting. Staff does recommend that legal documentation for the condominium project be submitted at time of platting. And that just goes with, it's one lot, however, there's going to be multiple owners, and it's going to be a percentage of their square footage as laid out by their association or condominium regulations. This property will need to be replatted prior to development or construction. The applicant requires a separate tree variance, as the code does not allow variance to tree preservation as part of the PDD. And staff recommends that the condition of the site plan can't be increased in units more than 10% without coming before council for approval. That was in the email, I guess, that change being made to their request. We did have a lot of city engineer comments. I've kind of condensed them. So these come from the city engineer's office. They stated the proposed site layout depicted on Exhibit H does not match the site layouts or correspond with the drainage plan. The proposed revision of the minimum lot size of 600 square feet does not appear to be justified, and it is not recommended for approval. Minimum parking spaces for 2 or more bedroom units seek to reduce the current parking requirements for multiple bedroom units. There is street parking within the development on Building 1 and Building 3 that is placed behind the covered parking. And they had concerns about how are people in the covered parking supposed to get out of the facility if there is a street parked vehicle behind them. They're inquiring about if there were any ADA accessible units, and they were asking to provide ADA compliant sidewalks on the Sawyer Road frontage. This is a requirement. Some of these requirements have to do during platting. This would be requested at time of platting, sidewalks on Sawyer Road. However, I think the city engineer's concern is if it doesn't show it up on the site plan, is it being approved with no sidewalks? We would want to come into that.
Ms. Huerta, are there any sidewalks depicted within the condominium? I mean, I know we can't tell, but
We can, it's not shown on the, on there. I can't quite tell if there is a sidewalk there or not.
like you gotta have sidewalks. Okay, thank you.
So some of these will come into play during platting, like the drainage, but they are those are the concerns just by what they're seeing. They don't have enough information to clearly decide. There's no handicap parking shown on the site plan. Again, the city ordinance requires a tree survey. Special provision in the PDD has been revised, and Article 4B was revised to give the developer the right to modify the approved site plan. This should be removed. So it's the same concern we've already pointed out. Lot size revision is not required since the one lot exceeds the 1,200 square foot minimum. I think this was the request was not worded properly, and the city engineer was not clear on that whole lot size issue. And so they were asking what the purpose of the revision and underground detention on the drainage layout not shown in site layout. They were asking fire department to verify adequate access to the rear of Block 1 and Block 2 from Sawyer Road, and if they could also verify if the fire lanes varying from 20 to 26 feet wide was enough for the ladders to extend to the top 4th story at an acceptable angle.
And we haven't gotten that verification from the fire department on the last one?
I think
on both of them?
In my discussions with the fire department, they had stated it would be difficult to determine without actual construction plans.
Oh.
And
So what do we have now? We don't have construction plans? We have...
Not as detailed as a construction plan would be.
Okay, we just have...
It's more of a conceptual
schematic
plan.
or conceptual. There you go. All right, thank you. All right.
As far as the master plan is concerned, the properties along Sawyer Road may be zoned R2, R3A, R3, or R4, which is consistent with the proposed use of the PDD request as a townhouse-like development. So what they're proposing as far as the use is conforming to what our master plan states. So it is consistent and compatible with the master plan. We did send out notifications. We sent out 16 for property owners within 200 feet. We received 0 in favor, 1 in opposition, and we received 3 undeliverable.
Okay.
Staff recommends that the applicant revise the variant request. That we had concerns with minimum setbacks. We talked about not increasing the site plan by more than 10% because any increase would trigger further TIA. That condominiums should be provided at time of plating, and we did have concerns with parking, with the parking requirements. The applicant must meet all other applicable codes, including fire, building, and engineering recommendations. As far as fiscal impact, all fees associated with this rezone request have been paid, and the development of a multifamily development will increase ad valorem and sales taxes in the city. As stated, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial in a vote of 5-2.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
I don't know if you have any questions or
Yes,
the
if you have any
developers also
questions
here.
from Ms. Huerta from the dais, and I'm not sure if the developer needs to go next before we open it up to the citizens. What is y'all's?
I would like to get an update from the developer.
Okay. Do we have any other questions, though, for Ms. Huerta on the dais? Okay. If not, all right. Mr. Shahadi, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council.
I'm sorry, 10 minutes?
Good evening, everyone.
Would you?
The council's decision.
Okay. I think that's reasonable, 10 minutes. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, we have a lot of ground to cover, so let's just go through it really quick. So firstly, I wanted to comment on the issue of the trees. So Ms. Huerta has presented to us that the code does not allow that the variance goes in tandem with the PDD. Yet it's the same request for the variance. The PDD could not be possibly built without the variance for the trees. As such, we actually consulted with our attorney and our land use attorney, and they looked at the code. There was nothing in the code, and maybe this is where the city attorney could potentially help us out, identify where in the code, while I'm going through this, it would actually forbid council from doing a vote on this particular item. But I will leave it at that. I tell you, I don't understand how we can approve a site plan that is not feasible because of the trees. So I'm going to leave it at that for now. Maybe we can get some help on that. Or maybe this could be approved conditional on validation. But at this point in time, I would like to address some of those concerns. There's a big difference between zoning and platting. Platting requires construction plans, where zoning does not. It requires conceptual plans. That has been consistent with every single PDD that this council has approved, be it from us or from other developers. I just wanted to clarify that. Details such as ramps, etc., that is generally done in the construction planning process, not during the zoning process. So we have heard a lot of comments last time from the neighbors, from council. Chief of all of this were really a couple things that came up. This is staff comments that Ms. Huerta just talked about. But effectively, I would like to just highlight, I've gone through this really quickly. This is what's being built. This is what the market right now is commanding in San Antonio. The price of land is extremely high, which necessitates higher density. That is why developers are going forward with this kind of development. And what we are proposing is not so unique. It's an alley, and then you have 3 stories in total. Generally, people would have a rooftop. As you see, the rooftop is the 4th level to allow for more privacy, to allow for space. So they're gaining the space vertically instead of gaining it horizontally because of the price of the land. It's that simple. So in terms of like this particular development on Hackberry Street is 20-foot alley. The units are 25 by 30. And all of this is sitting on 15,000 square feet. So our variances are not inconsistent with what the market right now is commanding. It's simple. We're not asking for anything that is inconsistent. If you look at the setbacks here, on the side setbacks, it's 5 feet. If you look at the back there, it's another 5 feet. So this is another one on Howard Street. And if you look at what's between the two buildings, it's 4 feet. If you look at the top, in terms of parking, these units here on the right have parking. It's single garage for each one of those units. They're 3-bedroom units, single garage. In the middle, they have 4 stalls, and that's it. Everything else is on the street. But there's this parking here, the parking garage. I'm not so sure if this is linked or not. There seems to be a street there. But assuming it is linked, this is the formula that you have. The alley is 18 feet. There are units connected here, so technically they are condos. They are condo. It's a condo regime. 4 parking stalls in the middle, and you have 11 parking stalls in total. This gives you the streets, by the way, are 25 feet. That's a public street. We are proposing 26 feet inside the development. And effectively, you see people parking on that street at 25 feet. So in total, you have 1.77 stalls per unit. That is what this particular development is. I'm just giving you examples. Just going to proceed with Sawyer Road, the ROW on Sawyer Road. There was questions on that, where people were questioning, is it 60 feet? We mentioned it's 60 feet, and people didn't believe us. I thought we'd provide the proof. This is coming from the Leon Valley Addition Milmo subdivision. If you look at, this is Sawyer Road right there, that's Grissom. This is the apartment complex, Barcelona and Valencia. This is what is going to come next here, which is Sawyer Road is 60-foot ROW all the way across. All right, so this is the previous plan that Ms. Huerta has gone through. That's what we had presented. One of the main issues was this particular entrance, and Mr. Orozco challenged us and asked us to see if we can solve some of this. The second one was the issue of parking. We had 44 spaces of surplus parking. Each one of those units, again, has double garage. We do not understand the city engineer's comment. All the entrances to the garages are in the alley. There's no parking in the alley. All the parking is in the front where there are no garages. All right, and this development has sidewalks all over it. If you look here, just because of the size of the development, the sidewalks wrap all the way around, come in between. All of these are sidewalks. There's sidewalk on the outside. The whole development has sidewalks. All right, just wanted to confirm that's the case. All right, so in terms of this point here, we looked at it. We got the engineer to look at it. We drew visibility lines. The visibility line going down Sawyer to the right, no issue whatsoever. We can see all the way down to that second corner. It's on this side here on the left where the visibility is more limited. So we decided to deal with this here in a bit. So we had this building here that was 280 feet. And this building here is 220 feet. That's the front. What we decided to do is to expand this to provide better visibility and also provide better visibility on this side. So to do that, we decided to push this building down towards easterly, and then we shrunk this building down to 250 feet. So we lost a few units there, but that's okay because what we ended up with is a site plan that is only a tiny bit modified from what you guys have seen before to accommodate those changes. So all we've done is expanded this, we shrunk this building, and we moved this building a little bit this way. That's it. The other thing we did is we highlighted we added additional parking, okay? And the way we could claim the parking, there was some comment on us not identifying on the site plan where the detention is between underground and overground. Well, I think it's pretty darn clear where the underground is and where the overground is. The underground is going under the streets. We actually are claiming more underground for extra parking. That's going to cost us a lot of money to be able to add that underground. But we're doing it anyways. So what we're doing here is effectively what we've done is we widened the entrance from 26 feet to 40 feet. We basically created more green space on this entrance for better visibility. We added all the parking spaces, and then we cropped those units, as I just mentioned. So we added in total 28. So effectively, what you look at here, there's going to be a stop sign here. We have full visibility this way. Over 600 feet is the calculation of our engineer looking down this way. And again, full visibility going down this way. So there should be zero issue in terms of people seeing the car that's coming out, or the driver, as they're heading out, seeing both sides of the street in a clear way. Also, not only did we widen the entrance to 40 feet, so that's an additional 14 feet, we also claimed another 20 feet on this side here for green space to allow even further improved visibility. Again, the surplus parking that we have, again, that's surplus parking. Every unit has 2 parking stalls, indoor and garages. This is for extra trucks, etc. We went from 44 spaces to add 28. We have now 72 surplus parking. So that's basically where we're at here in terms of parking. You see the new stuff, you see the old stuff, and that's how we got to 72.
Okay.
Fire plan has not changed much.
Excuse me, Mr. Shahade, your time is up, but do you need, how much
I would appreciate
longer?
maybe 3 or 4 more minutes.
Okay, let me give you 3 more minutes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So basically, fire plan has not changed hardly at all, because all we did is just shifting buildings. The setbacks, the only setbacks that we needed was this here. It's a cosmetic setback between the 2 buildings. We could have just linked these 2 buildings together, and they would have been as long as this building. We just decided, so from a fire perspective, there's zero impact. Those ladders, based on this diagram, would be coming from either this side or that side. It's not going to be coming from the middle between the 2 buildings. It's strictly aesthetics. So in terms of what we have modified, again, I'm going to go through it in 1 minute here. This is the first page. We just put RF4. Second page, nothing. Third page, we just clarified what the current code says. We took out the unstated code that wasn't appreciated. This was just a grammatical error where we said attached here to instead of within. And this is here where Ms. Huerta has asked for an addition to us saying basically if we go over the 10%, we will need council approval. We've done that. In terms of the tree preservation, we have basically kept it as it is. I'm happy to answer questions on the trees. I'm not going to go over it right now, but you guys have had a chance to review it. We did not modify it. We're keeping 6 healthy oak trees. We're going to be planting, I don't know, a couple of 100 trees in this development that are good trees. Most of the trees that are there, we have the stats on that. I'm not going to go over it unless you ask me to. Right here, nothing has changed. And the only thing that changed here is basically saying revision 4 instead of revision 3. This is the trees. Again, if I have the 1 minute, 80% of the trees are invasive. We have basically the 20%. We have calculation of all the trunkage. And all we're asking for, so we have exact location of the trees that we are keeping. We put the site plan in accordance to save those trees. And what we're asking for here is that you allow us to replant 210 good trees, and that we will keep pretty much the majority of the heritage trees and more. And we're hoping for a waiver on this. It's way less trees that we're taking out, and most of them, a lot of them are dead trees. And a lot of them, so we're keeping the good ones. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, any questions for Mr. Shahade from the council? Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Okay, so by talking just about the parking situation, you added 72 parking spots, or you added more parking spots up to 72 that are outside of the units, and you said there's 2 parking spots per unit. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. So the garages, and I showed it last time.
Right.
I do
Like
have some.
20
I do
by
have backup
18 or something.
The garages are 20 by 18.
20 by 18.
Actually,
right.
not 20 by 19.
20 by 19. Okay. So, and then there, you said, we just were looking at it, 150 up to 165 units.
That is correct.
So that would mean 300 to 330 parking spots plus the 72.
Correct.
Am I reading that correctly? So
That
that'd be
is
up
correct.
to, just doing the math, 402 parking spots.
We have plenty of parking.
So that's where I was going with that, is the parking and the discussion about, one
We
parking
do
spot
not need
per
that
bedroom.
variance. We don't need that variance. We can strike that variance for the parking.
That was my,
Yeah.
my
The only thing, sorry, we do not need, sorry, we do not strike it upward. We strike it downward, meaning for the 2 bedrooms, we don't need the 1.5. But there's not a townhouse that you see out there. We don't want the townhouses to be 2 bedrooms. We want them to be 3 bedrooms. And we're asking for 2 garages per townhouse, even if it's 3 bedrooms, like two parking stalls. But then we have a surplus of 72 parking stalls.
So it'd be
for
if
the
it's
whole,
a 3-bedroom, just for example, it's a 3-bedroom place that has 2 parking stalls underneath that are in the garage.
Correct.
Plus
plus the surplus,
72.
the 72 outside for people who have trucks, for people who have visitors. All of that's available, and it's nicely spread out throughout the development.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Shahadi, can you describe the condominiums?
What do you mean condominiums?
Well, I mean, are they 4 stories, 2
Yeah,
stories?
well, I
Are they
have-
600
I have,
square feet? Are they, I think you said there was elevators and they.
No elevators. No.
No elevators? I thought you said last meeting
That's
there
for
was
the POS
elevators.
property. For the POS property.
See, I get confused because you've got two projects.
No,
So there's no
basically-
elevators for a 4-story?
No elevators. Well, it's not technically a 4-story. The fourth
3
story
stories.
is strictly for a rooftop patio, but it's technically a story, and we need to make sure that we define it as such. We're not building 4 stories. There's no market for that. It'll be like 2,500 square foot townhouse. Well, who's going to buy that, right? So what we're saying here is that, I'm sorry, I'm just going to go through it really quick. Effectively, we have the first level is mostly occupied by the parking with the entrance. The second level is what you get. I went through it last time. The second level is what you get for, there it is. The second level is basically your kitchen, living area, and bedroom. The third level is the bedrooms. The fourth level is the rooftop patio. So that is why we're asking for. By the way, this is exactly what was approved, those townhouse layout, exactly what was approved in the PDD for POS. That's what we currently have approved for the POS property for the townhouses that we can just go ahead and build tomorrow. That's exactly the layout that we have. All right, so
yes, it does, but I would just add that the difference is because that's a commercial area and this is a neighborhood. That's the distinction that I see.
Fair enough.
And I'd like it to be more compatible.
I appreciate that. Although, if you look at where we're backing onto, we're backing on commercial mostly on the one side. We're backing on commercial on the other side. So in the south, we're backing on commercial. In the east, we're backing on commercial. In the west, we have one neighbor. In the north, we have the main street. And then across the street, there are big lots and et cetera. So.
All right, but it impacts the Old Mill neighborhood. All right, anyone else have a question for Mr. Shahadi? If not, we'll open it up for a public hearing. Is that all right? Let me look at my clock here. It's 7:43, and I will open up the public hearing, and I will ask if anyone would like to address the council, please come forward. I'm not going to, I'm not going to set the timer. Just come on up, explain yourself. And please don't repeat because we want to hear from everybody. But anyway, what do you think? Yes, you'll start first. Thank you and welcome back.
Yeah, thank you
and
for having us.
if you'll turn on the lights, and if you'll state your name and again generally where you reside, that'd be great.
My name's Vanessa Eggle, and I represent the business that is just south of that property, so the Tim's Oriental Warehouse.
Is the mic on? Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Oh, you want me to pull it? Okay.
This one's on Sawyer. This one's not the Post Road one.
I know, but it's,
It backs
Yes,
Go
up to your
ahead,
property.
go
correct.
ahead.
It's
It backs
still-
up into your property, yeah.
so the last thing that the
Mhm.
developer mentioned was we are the commercial that's just south of them. So the elevation of that property, the Sawyer property is higher. I just have some concerns from being a business to a business, because that's what they are. They're a business of homes for people to pay rent to stay there, right? Okay, so, but it's still considered a business, so I have a business already that I share a fence with, or they have a fence that I don't need to maintain because they're commercial. He is considered a commercial as well. That's one thing. So maintenance of the lines between us, because we are we have heavy equipment going through our lot. We have barbed wire fence right there because we had lots of issues with people coming over. I'm hoping that if this development goes through, that, people don't want to jump that fence, don't want to risk the barbed wire. But it is all there. My other concern is when it goes to a fourth floor, open rooftop, I'm going to be cleaning up a whole lot of, hopefully, inanimate things. Hopefully not for very long. But then I become the bad neighbor because I'm going over there talking to residents to say, quit throwing your stuff over here or whatever. And so I already have enough of that with our neighbor, the bakery. Their trash flying into our yard, and I spend lots of money cleaning that up. And it may be nothing, but once it gets trapped in any of my condensing units or whatnot, my freezers go down. I have a lot of merchandise in there that can be destroyed in an instant. So I'm asking consideration, so if this moves forward, that setback, whatever, that building that's right there, I need it to be in a way that's not going to impose upon my business and my property.
Okay, all right. So, and not impose on your business. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
It shouldn't be a burden for us.
I hear you.
To build a business.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and,
Mayor,
and,
thank
and
you so
welcome
much.
back and your
My name's
name.
Carlos Alonso, live on Sawyer Road.
Mr. Alonso on
Yes.
Sawyer Road. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
I just want to highlight a couple of things based on what the developer came with his changes. So I know he showed some examples of other units that say they would build, but the biggest difference between what he showed and what's being proposed in Sawyer Road is the actual road. Those other examples are in cities that have multiple thoroughfares that can be exited out and in, right? There's several ways. There's a lot of streets there. But this development is really on Sawyer Road, which is a farm road. It's a small road. Y'all drove it. You saw how small it was. So there's a big difference there between those examples and what they're trying to propose here. Also, the city engineers have concerns. The city planners denied it on the variances and any of the plans they did. And even the fire is questioning, like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? There's a legit concern here. So I think that's something we need to consider, Council, for protecting not only the people who are going to live at this development if it does happen, but the neighbors too, because like you said, fire can jump, and there's still trees there, and it hasn't been raining. There's a lot of exceptions this guy wants to have. This developer wants a lot of exceptions. Hey, there's variances. To make this happen, they want to change a lot of things. They want to change a different code. They want to not circumvent, but want you guys to circumvent the code you guys currently have in place. So that to me is a flag. Is like, why are we changing so much just to get this development done? The developer has not reached out to me. I mean, I know during last council meeting, Mr. Martinez says, hey, the developer's here. He should talk to you guys. Reach out to him. But I think the developer should have reached out to us. I don't know if he reached out to any of our neighbors out here. He didn't reach out to me. No door hangs saying, hey, come talk to me. No mailer to say, let's talk about what your ideas are or what we can do to make this happen. There was just no concern. I mean, I understand the developer probably has a million other things to do, but he's not wanted to hear my voice. And I was hoping he would. I was hoping you would reach out to us personally and just really sit down with us. I mean, we're all for development, but let's make it the right development. In the last meeting, in April 1st, it was noted that the property still had the for sale signs, right? And you questioned that. Why are the for sale signs there? And I questioned it too. Why would they, if the developer said he bought the property, why is the for sale signs there? Well, I have a couple of realtor friends. I asked them to look into it. Well, it turns out he hasn't bought the property. It's under an active option. So I'm assuming he's waiting for this to be approved. And once it's approved, he's going to go with the seller and say, "Hey, we're good. Let's go through with the sale." So in essence, he doesn't really have a skin in the game yet. I mean, he probably loses option period money, if anything, but he's got an option to get out of it. He can still get out of this deal. He doesn't have to buy the property because it hasn't been sold. It's currently under an action property.
Go ahead and finish up, Mr.
Thank
Alonso.
you. And then just council, there's so many concerns, right? There's red flags from not only your engineers, changing the code, but just from the voices that we had last meeting that they were proposed. So again, just want to say that, the characterizations from last meeting, I think someone said that, the community concerns are classic, not in my backyard sentiment. But that is oversimplifying the real issue residents have raised here. We talked about traffic, pedestrian safety, preservation of the semi-rural environment, overcrowding and infrastructure strain. Supporting appropriate development, as many residents have done elsewhere in Neon Valley, is not the same as opposing all development. The community isn't saying not here. We're just saying not like this. So hopefully, council, you guys take our voices into consideration. We're all for development, but let's make it the right development.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alonso. All right. Anyone else? Oh, Mr. Segovia, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while. Good evening. All right.
Saying goodbye to our dear recently departed friend.
Oh, I bet I know who
I'm
that
going
is.
to echo what the previous
Mr.
gentleman just
Alonso?
mentioned, Mr.
Okay.
Alonso. But I haven't seen a traffic study on this yet. We don't know what the impact would be to the outflow, the inflow. And the issue about it being a NIMBY issue, not in my backyard, simply stated, it's our backyard's not big enough. It's our houses in Old Mill, where I've been a resident now for like 42 years. There are mostly R1 houses. They're single family. If we're going to increase the density and the impact on traffic, number one, and the big concern to me when I saw this initially, and I just became aware of this issue recently, was the setbacks. The variances you're arguing on setbacks, and the reason I mentioned that, as the developer brought up, this is located on a curve. I'm not an engineer, and I don't purport to be one, but there's a dangerous curve there already, and we've had issues in the past. But if you have buildings that are there with limited visibility and variances granting the setbacks, I think that affects the safety issue. Not to mention the fire issue that we've already had. Your own fire department is telling you, you guys need to look at this. So I don't want to stand in the way of progress, but I would think that we could at least postpone this so we could study it further to address the fire concerns, the setbacks, the permeation. That Leon Valley has had an issue, as you well know, Madam Mayor, with flooding in the past. We've had it in Old Mill. We haven't looked at that. How does all of this density and the permeation, all of a sudden you have the runoff off the asphalt that you don't have off of regular dirt, So I think those are the kind of issues we need to look at. If the council is destined or intends to go forward with the development, that's fine, but I think we should study it. Your learned council can tell you, you guys have immunity, you do more or less what you think is in the best interest of your residents, but you can't act recklessly or disregard for safety and the safety and fire hazards and the ordinances that you have in place that protect your citizenry. So I would ask that you guys postpone this and study it a little bit further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Segovia. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Yarnell. And welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize for a late arrival a while ago.
No problem.
Based on what you received in your packet, we seem to be talking about two different projects. And from what I understand is in the packet, this was a book publication. This is not ready for print. There's too many requests that the later information seems to be addressing, but I don't understand how you all can make a decision based on the receiving of this information at 1:30 this afternoon. That seems to be something that needs to be addressed in this situation and future situations, that there needs to be a cutoff time. That property's been there before Leon Valley existed, so we're not in any rush to get this development accomplished. So I would say, take your time like they're asking. The variances are too many. I mean, you can't go down to 4 feet on something. So I would be opposed to what's in your packet and go for more massaging of what came later. And I think we can make this all work.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Yarnell. All right. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Merce.
I'm Beth Mersh, and I live in Seneca Estates. I think that the previous speakers have mentioned something that I struck me as really important. In the examples that he showed of this style of housing, they were all in very urban areas with, you know, closer to downtown. I know Howard Street is in Monte Vista, and basically this is a completely different kind of land usage. This is more of a rural area. These are R1E lots, and I also have issue with him comparing the zoning behind the development and the commercial area. But Sawyer Road itself, we're talking Sawyer Road, not what's on Poss Road. We're talking about what's on Sawyer Road, and that's homes. That are people's homes. And I don't think you can say this is an industrial area or this is a commercial area. I see the proximity on the map, but when you're there, you don't see that. You don't feel that. So I think this is a completely different situation that you can't say it's in a commercial area. I also feel that Sawyer Road might have the biggest right-of-way in the world, but the road itself is very small and very undeveloped. And I haven't heard the developer saying how much money he's going to spend to improve Sawyer Road. Even the first part of Sawyer Road to get to his condominium needs improvement. I'm also concerned about, even though he's mentioned some changes to the design to increase the visibility on that curve entrance, I think you're still going to have issues because cars go fast around those curves. So you may think you have enough time and you don't. And I also wonder what's going to happen when a school bus stops on Sawyer Road to load up all the kids that are living in this condominium. It's going to block everything, and we know that people are impatient and they're going to take off. I still believe there's inadequate parking because I think it's a fallacy that everybody's going to keep their garage completely empty so they can get 2 cars in there every night, every minute they come back from the grocery store, everything else. That just doesn't happen. I don't know where their laundry rooms are or whatever, but I think it's a fallacy to say that those 2 parking spaces are going to satisfy the average house. I think there's not enough green space, there's not enough trees. Even though he's planting these small trees for what he cut down, I appreciate the junk trees that he's mentioned. And of course, they haven't had any care for a while. But I think that we need more easement space, more green space, more trees. The parking is just absolutely inadequate, even with the additions that he's made. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, who's next? Ms. Burkholder. Is that right? Did I have that right?
No, I'm Doherty.
Doherty. Oh,
I know a Burkholder, but it's not
Thank you.
me.
Yes.
I'm Marcy Doherty, and
Marcy
I live in O'Mill.
Doherty. There you go.
And
Thank you.
This development will affect my quality of life just because of the density of it. And I think the answer to the problem is shrink the size of this development to a reasonable size, so we don't have 300 cars trying to get out of that entrance at one time. They're not going to be able to do it. That's assuming there's no other traffic on Sawyer Road during those times. And when they come home, they're going to have to turn left into their subdivision or their condominium complex. I agree with Beth. There's not, as it is now, there's not enough parking to satisfy the needs of everybody who lives there, much less if they have guests or if they have more than the average size family, such as college kids coming back, that sort of thing. But I worry about the traffic, but I really believe that the answer is to shrink the size of the development. We're not against development, but we are against having 300 more cars coming out of one spot at the same time twice a day. And I am worried about the school kids because that bus stop has got to be fairly close to that complex so parents could walk their pre-Ks to the stop. But if they're coming around that curve, that bus may be just past the visual line, and we're talking major problem. And having a stop sign in the development is not going to fix that. And I know that they're not going to put the bus stop down at Millstream. That's not reasonable.
Too far.
It's too far.
Yeah.
So I really don't like the idea of the 4 stories. I would really like to have at least maximum 3, but I would like to reduce the size to half of what he's talking about. Okay. But I don't know if that is feasible for him financially, because I know the denser you make it, the cheaper it gets for him. I hate to say this, and I don't want it to be ugly, but that whole visualization looks just like a prison to me when I look at it. I'm sorry, but we're just looking at block houses all crunched together, no very little greenery, and the parking is scattered all over, and we have underground detentions that we don't know, and he's never done before, and nobody knows anything about it, up against a commercial area where that could cause damage to somebody's business. But thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
You bet. That's what we're here for. Thank you, Ms. Daughtery. Do appreciate your comments. All right. Anyone else? Yes. Good evening and welcome. And if you'll state your name and where you just generally reside.
My name's Kay Wright, and I live in the Old Mill subdivision.
Kay Wright?
Kay Wright.
Okay,
yes.
thank you, Kay.
I just want to make a couple additional points, and that is that right now Sawyer Lane is very serene, not a lot of noise, and all this is accomplished with that big apartment complex backing up to it and an elementary school also backing up to it. And the reason that it's been able to stay serene in the nice little neighborhood that it is because all that traffic doesn't come out onto Sawyer Lane. It goes over to Grissom. So maybe a development of the type that they have in mind would only be well served if it doesn't funnel onto Sawyer Lane. You know, look for an option. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm not used to public speaking. But look for an option where you can get the traffic to flow out a different direction, and then things might be easier for everybody, right? And then the other thing is, if you want it to come out onto Sawyer Lane, make sure it just stays as it is, a single-family residence. I know he said you don't make enough money that way, but we're so close to the medical center, and I can't imagine that there couldn't be some young medical professionals looking for a house to raise their kids, where that might turn into a very profitable thing if they built the right homes in there, the single-family residence. And the one other point I wanted to make was when the traffic comes out, if it comes out of that density housing and it goes down Sawyer Lane, there's a shopping center right there. And I know a lot of people coming out of there are probably going to want to go to Huebner Road. So they're going to be like going right behind Bandera Bowling Alley, which is not a thoroughfare. It's a parking lot. And if they don't go behind Bandera Bowling Alley, they'll probably filter their way through the whole parking lot. And then we'll be having pedestrians getting, in the way, or maybe something there, or more fender benders. I mean, it's just very problematic to have 300 cars coming out in the morning and then coming back. It's just not right for this neighborhood. I don't see why you would want to reduce the quality of life for the people who would be moving into those townhomes. That's not good quality for them. It's not good quality for the people that live there already. Why? I don't understand why. It's a good plan as it is, zone, single family, it's good. Just don't mess it up.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Do appreciate it. All right. Yes, Mr. Diaz. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Abraham Diaz, 6014 Kinman Drive. Today at work, I work at City Tower downtown. And today at work, me and my coworkers were talking at lunchtime about how the traffic was bad this morning. I have some coworkers that live in the Schertz-Cibolo area and in Bulverde. And one of my coworkers was telling me that it took her, she lives in Schertz-Cibolo area, an hour and a half just to get to 1604. An hour and a half to get to 1604 because of the explosion of houses being built out there and how crazy it is. And she said that the developers of these houses have forgot about leaving land for HEBs and Walmarts and Costco's, that they have to travel in 35, fight the traffic just to go to somewhere. And she said something that has stuck with me, and it stuck with me with them. Her neighborhood has lost the peace and tranquility. That's what's happening here. Leon Valley is losing the peace and tranquility that we have. My neighborhood lost it in the development of that's going behind my neighborhood. Peace and tranquility to these neighbors is important. It's important for us to come home from a long day at work and just sit out on the front porch and relax. There's a song by country artist Rascal Flatts. I don't know the name of the song, and I'm not going to sing it. Don't worry. I'm not going to sing it. But it talks about a lady by the name of Miss Mayberry sitting on her front porch, drinking an ice-cold cherry Coke, watching the people pass by, waving at them, and calling them by their first name. That's this neighborhood right here. They know their neighbors. They watch their neighbors. They watch their homes of their neighbors. We are about to ruin that peace and tranquility. So I ask you, council and mayor, to save the last part of Leon Valley that can bring peace and tranquility to our city. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Okay. Anyone else? Yes. Teresa, how are you this evening? Good. Ms. Mosier in Canterfield. Good evening and welcome.
My question is, what water service is this project going to be on?
Water services? That's a good question. I don't know. Is it going to be Leon Valley Water? Leon Valley Water.
We're here for a rate increase. We can't already afford what we have. We're putting pressure on an old water system. Is a dense community a smart idea? Because you're taxing already pretty high usage.
Mm-hmm.
Who's paying for it? Because I'm already going to have to pay to have extras, the extras going on pretty soon, I'm assuming, because their camera crews were out there not too long ago. So I'm assuming we have a lot of issues that are going to have to be fixed.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're going to have to pay to service an additional dense area.
Mm-hmm.
That's not right for the existing residents. Mm-hmm. So y'all all need to kind of back off and really think about these dense neighborhoods. They've already had the halt plans in, was it Comal? Well, one of those because of water issues. Mm-hmm. The land's not going anywhere.
Okay.
But the drought continues, so please give that a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mosier. Do appreciate that. Okay. Mary Frances, Uptane, I haven't seen you in ages. How are you? Okay. Come on up to the podium. And Mary Frances, you live at the very, 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 very end of Sawyer Road in a beautiful house with lots of animals. And what would you like to say? Would you like to speak to the microphone? Yes, ma'am. Well, but if you could speak into the microphone, because we do have this recorded. Yeah.
Something
There you go. Thank you.
To the council.
Mhm.
Now, y'all out here?
They can hear you.
They can hear you.
They're going to hear me.
Yes.
But I want you to know that I'm speaking to you. Even though she puts me in.
I know, I'm
turning my
sorry.
back
I
on
know,
you.
I apologize.
I'm very rude, I never do. My name is Mary Frances Lewis, and I say like this, Mary Frances Lewis, and everything like that name. I've taught school in Marshall High School. I have taught school in the school for the elementary school, and I lived in, and I've lived in Japan and Germany and France and a bunch of places, little places like that. So I come with somewhat knowledge of some things going on. This city is probably one of the last cities that I will ever live in, and I will be in about 2 weeks. I'm going to be 100 years old.
No, really? Wow. Way to go, Mary Frances. I didn't know that.
Well, that's the reason I stuttered, because I get so angry wanting to say so much so quickly, and I cannot say it. But I do love you all for coming. I appreciate it. I've been sitting back there thinking, come on, people, come on. We have to devise what we have. When I lived in Germany, I lived in a house. I had a neighbor here, I had a neighbor here, I had a neighbor here, and I went around there, and we were packed in like rats.
Excuse me. Yes, Roque, if we could get her to speak into that microphone, that would be really good, because we can't hear you, Mary Frances, up here on the dais.
I'm sorry. People will miss. When this is over, you're going to wish they had shut me down. But I'm not trying to beat the horn about this is where I've been and this is where but I came back to Texas with love. I bought land in Texas. People think, where in the hell do you buy land in Texas? I was supposed to say that. I want to tell you, on the Sawyer Road that I live on today, I go out in the evening, and there's about 4 or 5 Buddhist monks or Buddhist people sitting out there. I sit there, I talk, we have, and people who are not Buddhists and the Baptists and so forth, but we talk. And we live in this is their community. And it's a good place to live. But the people who come here don't understand it because they just don't get it. And so we have to educate them, and we say, well, come on over here. And so now we've got the Buddhists coming up. And if you ever want to have really good food, now, I know Texas is good, but you can go to any Buddhist temple and eat your lunch free. And they will welcome you, because if you are a stranger and you come to the temple, you will be greeted with, please come in. Would you like this? And they will absolutely do it. That's just something in the
Okay. Mary Frances, would you like to say something about the development? That's what we're here for. But I agree with you. I love the Buddhist temple. They're wonderful people, very welcoming.
Well, they are what makes Sawyer Road.
Yes, exactly.
They're the odd people.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to get together on this thing. Everybody wants somebody else to do something. So I have come back, and I'm going to stay around, and I'm going to do better than I have done. And I ask all of you to do better than you have in building up your homes, your residences, your neighborhoods, you people that you see that they look and talk. Who are we all out here? We have to get together and talk to each other. And no, I didn't know all of these things was happening. I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
And now I go out in my yard, and there's a car with a headlight on, and there's always a headlight there everywhere. Well, that's fine, but you see, I did not know that I was the last of the Mohegans or something. I thought I was just going to stay here till I died, and that'd be it, you know. But that's not been going. That is not the situation.
Okay. So what would you say on the development? Yes. This is what, are you for it? Are you against it? Do you think that we should study it more? What do you think?
I think you should all go out and talk to your neighbors. See what they say. See what they think. See what they find. You will find that they are as ignorant about what was going on as you all are right now. And I was yesterday. But you go out and talk to your neighbors and say, what about this and what about that, and get to find out what is going on. We're losing our culture.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
well,
that's
thank you.
important that some kids. I wasn't even thinking about coming down to Texas to go, but now coming down the road, you know, and somebody else was driving, and I said, look at that. Well, that's look, there was this part. This was here and this was there, and I was so pleased. What do you want?
Okay. Mary Frances, thank you so much for your comments. I appreciate it. But we do need to hear from some other people. So thank you for your comments tonight.
He wants me to shut up. He's a very nice man, but he did get involved with me. And
okay. Thank you very much, and have a good evening. We appreciate you making the effort to come down. We need to talk to our neighbors. That's your message. Okay. Thank you. All righty. Thank you for bringing Miss Frances as well. All righty. All right. Anyone else like to address the council on this issue? Please come forward. Yes, Mr. Mata. Good evening and welcome.
Yeah, Eric Mata Canterfield, and as I've done in the past, I'll be the contrarian here. There might be one or two others, and I think I've been consistent on this. We'd all love this serene, quiet environment that was once Leon Valley prior to the 60s, right? It's not realistic. Leon Valley is not that anymore, and it hasn't been. And as I've said in the past, I mean, if you desire that, that land is available and was available for purchase. Okay, so if you want to dictate the direction of that property, and it was so important that that stayed green space, get together, put your money together, and purchase it. I stand on the principle of property rights, and I think, you know, it's interesting to sit back and hear the fear tactics that I've heard before with other developments. I don't think any of it's realistic. I think it's all designed with a purpose to get a certain outcome. And having grown up in Leon Valley, my thoughts are that Leon Valley is not the desirable place it once was. And my thoughts are it's because of a philosophy of running this town that has chased away commercial ventures here. We see a lot of strip centers that have died or that are vacant. We see a lot of old housing, right? We don't see much renewal or hope here in this town. And to me, seeing new neighborhoods going up means young families coming in, people wanting to invest in this community, and some renewal. I personally think it's fairly closed-minded to think you can dictate what should go on with property that's not your backyard. I know you might think it's your backyard, but it's not. And I'm somewhat troubled by seeing the mayor here kind of coaxing a certain response out of someone coming up to the dais to speak. I think that's really inappropriate. I haven't seen you do that before, but I found that kind of interesting. Interesting to see some people get up here and speak, trying to steer y'all in a certain direction in regards to delaying a vote here. I found that kind of telling. Seems to coincide with some rumors I've heard of some things that were going on today from the mayor. So I just want to call out some of the hypocrisy and some of the things that trouble me. I think I'm consistent on this issue. As the chair of planning and zoning, I'm on record. And so as I've come up and spoken on other developments, I've certainly had those that disagreed with me, and I've stood strong on that. And it's nothing personal. You have every right to come and voice your thoughts on the matter, and you've done that. And I applaud you for that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mata. All right. Anyone else? Yes. Joan Marcotte.
Okay.
From Old Mill.
Okay. Old Mill, Joan Marcotte. I live on Hebner. I am not opposed to any development. I am opposed to high density development. And this project, that ingress and egress will be on Sawyer Road. He talked about that curve, and he only talked about one of the curves. It's an S curve. And I drove it the other day. I thought, yeah, this is blind two ways. In two places it's blind, and two-way traffic. It's going to be a disaster. It's going to be a disaster. I'm concerned about the traffic and the density. And I think that anybody who is opposed to this, who is for the development, are those who don't live in Old Mill or on Sawyer Lane. They are not familiar with what we're talking about. Thank you for hearing me.
Okay. Thank you, Joan. Appreciate your comments. Yes, come to the podium, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I may be dense, but I haven't quite got, are these going to be condominiums that are for sale?
For
or
sale.
Are these townhomes that are going to be rented?
For sale.
They are only going to be owners.
Yes, ma'am.
And if they don't all sell, what happens? Do they get rented out?
I don't know.
That happens at a lot of condominium complexes. That's why I'd like to know if they're not sold, are they just going to leave them vacant, or are they going to try to make some money and rent them? Because that opens up a whole nother ballgame. That's why I wanted to know, what is the plan? Are they going to be owners, or are they going to be renters, or are they going to be a mix?
I guess that's the developer's answer.
So it's just like any other property. You can't regulate that, but again, if they're sold, the person that buys them can rent it out just like a residential home.
Let me make sure we don't have any other citizens that want to, because we are in a public hearing and you've had your opportunity to speak. Anyone else before we close the public hearing? Yes. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and where you live.
Kimberly Beckman, and I live at the corner of Timber Hill and Hebner. So I probably have one of the hardest driveways to back out of, because it's one of the busiest intersections.
You do.
And so, I'm concerned about the traffic. That's all I want to say.
Okay.
But I do have one of the most difficult areas to back out of.
And I guess the speed humps, do they help on Timber Hill? I mean, I think that's why we put them there, to help with the traffic.
My driveway is on Hebner. So
oh, it's on Hebner, not on Timber Hill. No. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. I get a lot of beep, beep, beeps on my backup
camera.
camera.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else? Yes. Ms. Chasen, good evening, welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council.
Good evening.
I just want to address some of the things I've heard. Well, basically, the first one was about the rural area, it being rural. When I bought my property in 1971, the old Forest Oaks, up the hill towards Adair, up in that area, was butted up against this beautiful Evers farm with rolling land, horses, cows, and such. They were very upset but it was the price of progress. Rural areas are meant to be developed when you have a city that is completely enclosed by a larger city. We have to run our city in a timely, efficient manner. And if that means taking property that has been undeveloped for 40 years or more, and people landlocked, unable to do anything with their property, and now have the opportunity to sell it so we could develop it and make some more taxes coming in and bringing young families in. This is what progress is about. We have to look forward. We have more parks per capita in our small city than any city in Texas, which is nice. That's green space. Mr. Shahadi has adjusted his plans so many times to even allow for more green space. I am definitely for this project. I think that the hometown feel will be retained within the communities that this development will offer. And I urge the council to go ahead and make a vote tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anyone else? Yes, please come forward and state your name and where you reside, and we'll be glad to answer your question, sir.
My name is Leonard Mazouk. I live on Sawyer Road.
Uh-huh.
I do have one question. With this project, the way it's progressing, was there ever a analysis done as far as the traffic impact on this? Was there ever
I
an
believe
analysis
he's
done?
not at a threshold where we have to have it. Would somebody address that? I'm not the planning and zoning director, so yes, but I read that he has to have a certain threshold.
Oh, is that right?
Correct, yes. The number of units that were proposed did not go over the threshold that would warrant a full-blown traffic study.
Mm-hmm.
And that's dependent on the number of units and the traffic count based on the use.
So it has to be over 175, is that what I understand?
Of units, but
Of units.
I'm forgetting my terminology, but it's essentially the traffic count. It has to trigger so many trips per hour. And so it doesn't meet the trigger for the TIA study. They only did a worksheet and showing they didn't need further study.
So in other words, analysis is not going to be done at all. So I know, but once these units are put in. Could you go to the mic, please?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know the analysis doesn't pertain to it, but once these units are put in, it's going to be atrocious. You know, and especially with the parking, especially, I know they're going to be parking on Sawyer Road, and you just can't do that, not around that corner like that. Are they going to put a wall up like they did with the other, condos that were put in, the Barcelona and all that, the other one? The ones with the back to Sawyer Road. Are they going to put a wall in where he's going to put his development?
I don't know.
No.
Okay.
So then we're going to have open space right there. Okay. There goes our neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. All right. Has everyone said their piece? Do you have another question? Go ahead.
I do have a question. I
Yeah,
know I've
go
already
ahead.
spoken,
Mhm.
but I'm
Just-
concerned about the 150 to 165. Which one of those numbers triggers the 10% more? So he's already building in kind of a wiggle room, right? I mean, if it's 150 and we say if he goes over 165, then he needs to get approval from council. But he can say, well, I just gave you a range of 150 to 165. So which one of those numbers are we really looking at to be his ceiling?
So we have to be careful. So we're supposed to be talking about use. And I've kind of let y'all steer off really kind of in the weeds a little bit without interrupting, but we should be looking at the PDD. We don't get into the actual numbers until we get to the platting stage and we get actual construction plans, and we'll get a clearer number of what that looks like. This is just looking at the zoning use. Are you in the community okay with the PDD and a townhome concept? All of the little details and intricacies come in later. But if you're not okay, then the council will vote that way. If you're okay with the generalized concept, that's what you're voting on this evening.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Okay, did you have another question, Mr. Mata?
Yeah, it's not a question, it was a comment. There was a mention of the water rates rising. The developer and the city we do pay impact fees that address those concerns. Also wanted to point out that I did take some time to go out there. Sawyer Road is a very wide street. And it does not seem that turn that people are concerned about, it seems like a very small percentage of the development is anywhere near that turn. Most of it trails off to the west. So that, and it's a straight road, okay? But I was left with that. We walked the property, and it's a bit of a mess, a bit of a dump. And there are very few heritage trees there. It's mostly hackberries and other weed-like vegetation that's there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anyone else? Okay, if I don't hear or see any other comments, then we'll close the public hearing at 8:30 on Tuesday, April the 15th. So, all right. Since we've not, like, comments from the, I guess I can start. I appreciate everyone coming out. I have not prepped anyone to say anything this evening. I'm sorry, I just haven't. But I appreciate hearing from you because that's what it's all about. It's democracy in action, right? We can be for something, we can be against something. And again, I heard everyone say we're not against development. I'm not against development either, but it just seems like it is too dense for this area. And the impact on the neighborhood, I think, will be very, very, I'm not sure exactly, but it's gonna hurt that neighborhood because people are gonna be cutting through and whatnot. The 8 variances, we have standards. And so what the developer's asking for is to not follow our standards. Why? So that he can have more dense housing. That's why. I was out at Pavona Place last night, and that is an R6 without variance neighborhood. And then when you see other developments like Seneca West and the one on Huebner, these are R6 with variances. It's like night and day. It really is. So I just think if we stuck with our code and we developed according to our code, I think it would be better, in my opinion. The 4 stories, that seems pretty high. And I want to thank Mr. Shahadi because he did listen to the citizens. And I was in that neighborhood, Forest Oaks, when he developed Trilogy. That's at the corner of Evers and Seneca. That property was vacant for 35 or 40 years. I mean, it never had been developed, and I'd lived here this long. And it was zoned apartments in the back and businesses in the front. And and Mr. Shahadi, I guess he had a contract to purchase the property. Anyway, he listened to the citizens, and he decided not to do the apartments, but instead, and not to do the business, but did an R6 with variances. So there's going to be 67 homes going in that property. And so I appreciate that. And I wish that you'd listen to the citizen in Seneca West for a little bit more consideration. I think I asked you during that debate, can't we compromise? Can't we do something a little less impactful on the community? Again, not against development, but just we got to look at the whole. Yes, our peace and quiet is fast going because of whatever, but let's hang on to whatever we can. And so this is what I'd like and I think Mr. Orozco and Mr. Martinez both said, reach out to the neighbors last time, see what you can work out with them, and they all said that you didn't do it. So I would like to encourage you to do that again. Also, I've never seen a P&Z coming to the council that had so many staff, fire, and engineering concerns. And I think we need to address those. I think it would behoove us to make sure we get all of those answers before we go forward on that. That's just my, again, compatible development. That's what I think I'm looking for, is compatible development. And then I'm also worried about the future. Are we all worried about the future? Maybe a little bit. 401ks just went this way last week, and the recession is looming. So what is that? How is that going to impact your development, Mr. Shahade? I mean, and all the developments. I just don't know. It doesn't mean that we don't develop. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's a consideration. We're putting 175 condominiums onto 6 acres of land, or up to 75. Yes, it's one of our last rural streets in our neighborhood. Althea and Hodges is another one. Do y'all know where that is? That's down Bandera Road. And I'll tell you what, man, if those neighbors, they would not want a kind of development right there in their neighborhood. If somebody died, and like Mr. Parkman did, and they put that up for sale, they wouldn't want a condominium in that rural-like setting. I'm just thinking of them. So, you know, let's do the right thing here. Let's respect the P&Z Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation and listening to the citizens. Who are the council's bosses, right? You elect us. We reflect your will. We balance it out. We can all get what we want, but we can try to compromise. We are not opposed to development. Rather, this development is not compatible with the existing neighborhood. Let's not sacrifice Leon Valley quality of life for a development that I think right now is just one-sided. It benefits the developer. Let's compromise and see what we can come up with. Again, I'm looking for Mr. Orozco and Mr. Martinez's suggestion that they gave at the last meeting. So those are my comments, and I'll open it up to any of my other colleagues, and then we'll go from there. Yes, Ms. Heil.
I think we have to look at our city. Our city's dying. Look at the age of the people in this room. Many of us are seniors. People on my street are seniors, or they're disabled veterans. We're not paying the taxes that our city needs to survive. And if we don't get young people in here that are going to be paying more taxes, we're not going to have a city in 10 years. We're going to be gone. The city of San Antonio will take us over because we can't survive on the taxes that we're getting now. And the only way to do that is to get new development with new people, young families. And that's the way to get also businesses in this city. Do you think a lot of businesses are going to come in? We're too old, quite frankly. I mean, a lot of things we're just not, they don't want to do here. And, you know, the other thing that was brought up, as far as the water in the new developments, they have new pipes, they have new everything. Nothing's going to happen to them. And I also back up to the drainage ditch on Evers Road, and they put in new sewer lines to benefit everybody. What an inconvenience that was to me. But I didn't come before council and complain because I knew it was needed. And so, you know, sometimes things happen that way. And I guess one of the things that was said tonight that really upset me was about renters. I was a renter with 2 girls when I moved into this city. My one daughter is a PhD, the other's a master's in physical therapy. I mean, not all renters are bad. And so I have a problem with that. And also what Mr. Shahade sent today at 1:45 is what was requested, a wider driveway and more parking, which that was what was on his paperwork that was submitted. So that's how I feel about it. And I think we need more money coming into this city. I'd like to have it here in 20 years and not be called San Antonio. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Mr. Martinez, did you want? Mr.
Sure.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
You bet.
So yeah, I would like to address a few of the concerns that have been brought up tonight and were brought up at the last council meeting. I kind of made some notes here, which I tend to do. The comment about it being Sawyer being a small road, that it was shown, it was, those other developments that were in San Antonio that had a similar feel on the townhomes, those roads were 25 feet wide, but Sawyer Road is 60 feet wide, or more than twice as wide as those other roads. And I know we're saying one way in, one way out. There was a proposal of linking the road to Poss, if that's a possibility still. I think that'd become later into the platting stage. The setback from the businesses that are over there off of Poss, and it's the concern about people throwing objects like off their balconies. I mean, I lived in an apartment before. People don't tend to throw garbage off the balconies. I'm not saying it can't happen, but if it did, I would certainly suggest bringing it up with property owners that are there. And I thought on the map there was quite a bit of distance between. I thought there was a drainage space and a parking lot, so that'd be a pretty big throw to get over there. Then the fire concern about the closeness of the units. These are all going to have sprinklers throughout the units. So, I mean, obviously, the fire department would have to have even a way to get in and out, the ladder trucks, all those things. That would be horrific if obviously there was a fire. We don't wish that, but there's, because of the way these are built, these would all have sprinklers in every unit. The traffic concerns, obviously, I just think it's kind of unrealistic that we say that there's going to be 300 cars leaving at the same time and coming back at the same time every day. That doesn't happen in normal neighborhoods. It doesn't happen in my neighborhood. If anything, it happens more in my neighborhood than I think anybody else's neighborhood because of Marshall High School, which runs right down my street. And so when school gets out, everybody leaves. When school opens, everybody comes in. But besides that, when I leave in the morning, I don't drive out and say, hey, there's all my neighbors leaving at the same time. People have different schedules, and it'd be the same thing here. And then the school bus. I drove a school bus in college. It's illegal to pass a school bus when it puts out the stop arm. And nowadays, all the school buses have cameras to capture that. If it's a problem, I would hope that they report it to the police and stop those people, because there's no cut through there on Sawyer Road, so it would be somebody that lives there or is doing that consistently. Density, I think, has been brought up by some citizens. That's, we live in a city. There's going to be more density. It's actually, to me, we talk about postponing this item. You postpone it, kick it down the curb, kick it down, say this item, we say, you know what, we don't want this, kick it out. Well, guess what? You wait 5 years, 10 years, it's going to be even more dense. Somebody's going to come and say, let's build it 20 stories high, and everybody just crams in together. That's the trend that things are going in the U.S. And throughout the world. Actually, if you go to other countries, talk about these rooftop places. There's a lot of them I've seen that actually have plants and trees on top of the buildings that have nice gardens and things like that. So that's kind of the trend things are going towards. And it was brought up about the water. These people would have brand new water systems put in, brand new piping, everything will be plumbed, and they will pay into the impact fees, and it will pay into their water bills, would help the city get more money for the rest of the infrastructure, because they tend to not need any updates for 10, 20 years. And so that money that they're paying goes in to help upgrade all the rest of the city that is in disrepair. Property rights. I get it. I understand, the peace and tranquility comment. I just wonder how many people's homes here, that live in Old Mill and in Forest Oaks, live in a house older than 1965. Probably not very many.
Live in a house that's older?
Older than 1965. Most of the neighborhoods around are built in the late 70s,
Yeah.
or I think yours was in the 90s. So my neighbor built my house, his uncle and him built it in 1965, and they told me that when they moved out here to Leon Valley, it wasn't even Leon Valley, but there was nobody around. That his wife wasn't convinced to move out into the country because there was nothing here. And if they would have said, you know what, we don't want any development, we don't want anything, like Pavona Place that backs up to my neighborhood wouldn't be there. You know, Forest Oaks, Old Mill. If everybody said, like Ms. Chasen brought up and said, oh, it's rolling meadows and hills, we don't want development, we don't want any city folks out here, then nobody would have any homes. So it is development, and I understand the concern about we don't not against development, but we're against this. It's just not feasible to develop that property into single family homes. It doesn't make sense for investors to do that. And if somebody came in with their own money to buy it and was going to develop for themselves and build something, I don't think it is going to happen. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Mr. Martinez.
Okay, my comments apply to this item and the next item on the agenda. A couple of years ago, the council approved a 20% property tax deduction. Our former finance director spoke at a council meeting and said that we can't afford that. The last couple of years' budgets have been very, very tight. Mr. Diaz made a comment about when his wife had an issue a while back. It took 30 minutes for EMS to respond, but because our fire department was at another incident. So we had to call mutual aid and get San Antonio to come out here to help her. The city basically operates on property tax and sales tax. I'm not in favor of raising our property tax rate. Right now it's 0.48, and I am not in favor of raising it to 0.53 at this time. This is where I view these property developments will help alleviate having to raise our property tax rate. Every house that's being built is going to pay property tax. We had a study done recently, and even 10 years ago, it was suggested that we have 4 more firefighters on duty, and we still haven't got that. Imagine if we had 4 more firefighters, Mr. Diaz's wife, EMS could have responded in a timely manner. Normally, here our response time is about 3 or 4 minutes, very, very fast. Let's see. I'm just saying development like this is going to help bring younger families into our community, and that's going to raise taxes. Younger families are going to want to go to Whataburger, Raising Cane's, Dairy Queen, whatever, and spend money. They're going to have to go to H-E-B and buy groceries, and that's going to raise more taxes. One thing we have to look out for is our police and fire. Do we want to become a training city like we were in the past? What that means is if you want to become a firefighter, you could get an entry-level job here and get your firefighter certification and go on. Everybody, I understand, all of our firefighters except for 2 are paramedics. So imagine you come in as a young kid, you want to become a fireman, you get trained, you get your paramedic license, and adios, Leon Valley. I'm going to go across the street and make $10,000 more. Do we want to become that kind of a city? Do you want trained people to respond to you? Or do you want constant recycling of people? Just constant. That's where I look at these developments, and it's a way for us to ensure the viability and the future of our city. If not, like Mr. Bradshaw said, if we can't afford it, we might as well become San Antonio. And I look forward to staying Leon Valley. Let's see. Okay, another thing. I just heard that we lost 3 police officers to more pay. So how do we keep our police officers? How do we keep our firefighters? We have to pay them commensurate with the rest of the suburban cities. So,
excuse me, did you want to correct that?
Yeah, well, no, it's not.
Or
Not even
make a
beside-
comment?
Just completely off topic.
Okay.
Yeah.
This does not have anything to do with the use of the property.
Mhm.
We need to stay on.
it does stay on
And
topic.
You're at 8:50, you still have 4 agenda items and 3 have to be addressed this evening, so.
Thank you. I appreciate you doing it. I didn't want to interrupt Mr. Martinez. So, because I
That-
haven't interrupted anyone else, so.
That's just basically what I have to say is, I'm looking out for the future of Leon Valley, and development is the only way we're going to be a Leon Valley. If not, we might as well become San Antonio. Thank you.
Do you want to, Mr. Orozco?
Thank you, Mayor.
Mhm, you bet.
I don't know where you was going with this, Fireman, but that's good. I'd like to address some of the issues that were concerning.
Please do.
Just really quick, Mr. Shahadi, we got your email this afternoon, and you can ask Roque. I'm very, very receptive to business people or people that want to live here in Leon Valley, but I would not appreciate you sending this in the last minute where I don't have an opportunity to research this. We've gone through this before. I have asked you to do that before, and I don't like being taken advantage of because I can't make a good assessment when it comes to this. But I did read it, and I did research as much as I could for 3 or 4 hours. One of the things that I was on the fence when I came in, even after reading your email. And one of the things is that the population in San Antonio and the surrounding areas has gone over a million since the last census. And it's going to continue to grow. It's going to continue to grow. And it's going to continue to grow in Leon Valley as well, unfortunately. I moved in 1996, and I was the very first one to buy in Pavona Place. I was the very first one to buy, and within the next 4 or 5 years, I had over 120 homes being built around me. Construction, big trucks, noise, hammering, gas pipes busting, and in my next door. And unfortunately, I knew that was just the way the nature of the beast. I literally outside my door have a subdivision being built less than a block away from my house. And I hear the noises, I hear the hammering at 5 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, but I know that it's for a good reason. And the only thing that stops me from saying no is that you have worked with us before, and you knew how stringent I was as far as you working with the citizens to try to make things happen. And I know that this place is going to get developed whether I'm here or not. It's going to happen. And as long as I'm here, I'm going to make it a point to try to give the citizens as much as we possibly can. And make it as feasible for the area that surrounds it, the business owners that are right behind that. She's in Leon Valley. You got 2 businesses here in Leon Valley, right? And we have to work with them. The quality of life is very important. And as much as we can do to help them, that's what I'm going to be here for. I know you still have to go through your platting, I know we still have to vote on that. And I can tell you, and city council's not going to get any easier. So I expect you to continue to working with the citizens. Again, don't give it to me in the last minute because I won't read it and I will vote no. I know how the vote's going, obviously by our discussions. And another reason why I'm going to be, some people have reached out to me and they told me they're not against development. It's more of a cesspool than a sanctuary for animals. And I heard that there's homeless people there, there's rats, and I know that people would not want to live in the cesspool area, but we can give them something that they can be proud of. And that's what I'm going to fight for.
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe. And Mr. Campos.
All right. Thank you all for being here this evening, expressing your concerns. You know, I'm going to tell you that I am for a sensible development, but when you're trying to put too dense of a development in an area that's not consistent with the area, I have a problem with it. You know, I've had multiple citizens call me, hey, Councilor Campos, I'm not for this, and they're not here tonight, but I want to carry their message, as well as we've heard all the citizens' concerns that we've had today during the public meeting. We've also had the Zoning Commission deny this 5-2. And we have staff concerns, and you saw those enumerated on the screen, that we've got some responses, but we haven't had time to really review them. Again, I echo what Councilor Orozco said, 1:30, that's not acceptable. It is really not. And postponing this item is not on my agenda. It doesn't do me any good because the next council meeting, I'm not going to be here. Okay? So I think it's going to be voted on tonight because I don't want to bounce it. Okay? And I don't think there's a sentiment in this dais to do that. But also, I'd like to address that there's a lot of engineering concerns and so many variances. You know, they're all profit-driven, but they're not community-driven. And that's a concern. And I know, I've seen you, Mr. Shadi, for many years now. I probably met you maybe 4 or 5 years ago when I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I was here when you came up with the trilogy, as well as the development on Grissom, on Poss rather, where you were listening to ideas. And I know you can do that. But I didn't hear any of the neighbors say that you met with a neighborhood to try to address it. And so it's concerning. And then it was very interesting to see that you showed that development, that example on Howard Street, okay? But that development had a large setback. And for you to come with a setback of 5 feet, that doesn't really sound reasonable. As well as the buildings being so close. And there is vegetation all around. Hopefully, God forbid that there's not a fire in that area. There's going to be some really devastation. And, you know, we talked about the traffic studies. You know, there's so many homes being built in Seneca West that a traffic study was needed. And I'll tell you, I don't know how those engineers do it because they're building over 300 homes back there, and they're saying there's only going to be a small increase in traffic. I don't believe it. And I don't believe it on this either. You know, and I think it's going to be a traffic and safety issue where they go not only down Sawyer Road, they're going to go through the main road in Millstream to get in through Old Mill, and they're going to cut through the parking lot. There is no doubt in our mind that it's going to happen. This request for reduced landscaping, I don't think that's reasonable either. This high density development really doesn't match what we want. And what I've witnessed here in the 2 years that I've been on the council is we're letting the developers drive us into areas where people aren't comfortable, but it's all about, okay, more revenue, okay, but there's also more demand. So we're going to have more homes back there in Seneca West. We're going to have more homes on Trilogy and more homes on Heebner. Plus this, we're going to have to expand our fire department, our police department. We're going to have an issue. So the last thing I want to mention is we've all mentioned where Councilor Orozco lives, and he lives in Pavona Place, and that was a development that was built without any variances. And we have been too long giving developers concessions over and over again, and it's costing the way our quality of life in Leon Valley and the way Leon Valley should be going forward. So you can tell from my comments, I'm not supporting this. So I'm listening to the citizens and the concerns of everybody on these committees, the staff, the engineers, and so forth. Okay? So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Did you have something else to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point that, we talk about Pavona Place being built with no variances. A lot of these things that are being asked for, variances, did not exist in 1996, like the tree ordinance. It was created because of the Ridge development, right? And if I look at Councilor Orozco's neighborhood, I don't see 100-year-old oak trees like I have in my neighborhood. There are a lot of smaller trees. So I believe it was the same thing, came in, clear cut it, built houses. So it's not really fair to say, oh, it was built with no variances when those ordinances didn't even exist at the time. So, and then I had one other thought, but it's escaped me for now. So.
Okay.
We'll just.
All right.
Oh, sorry, I did remember. The mayor, you mentioned in a democracy, we don't, we vote this way. We're not a democracy.
We're not?
We're not. We're a republic. We're a representative republic. We were elected by the people to make decisions. 15 people here today came and spoke against this item. Okay? Actually, I shouldn't say that. 15 people spoke. 13 of them were against, and 2 were in favor. Okay? And that is a sampling of the neighbors, I get it, that live close to this neighborhood. But we were elected by 11,000 residents of Leon Valley to represent the whole city. And so, as been mentioned, Councilor Martinez mentioned it, the best in terms of the city for the water, for the taxes, for the growth and the good of the city, the rejuvenation has been mentioned by Councilor Hale. I believe that this is the best use for that land. And so I would like to make the motion that we approve item 10.1 to rezone 6.8 acres from R1 single family to a planned development district with R3 multifamily dwelling. And then, as Dr. Caldera mentioned, we will discuss the variances separately.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve 10.1 zoning change to rezone approximately 6.8 acres of land from R1 Single Family Dwelling Zoning District to the Planned Development District, PDD, with the R3 Multiple Family Dwelling Base Zoning District. Any further discussion?
Can we have a roll call?
Oh, we'll have a roll call, but I just want to make sure there wasn't any other discussion. Did you have another discussion, Mr. Martinez? Go
I
ahead.
have a question for Mr. Shahadi. We're going to break this up into several parts. We're just voting on the R3 with the PDD. The specifics are going to come later. Can the specifics be addressed with the people before we go further with the requests?
In what sense? You'd like me to answer some of the questions? I've taken a lot of notes.
No, I would really like to see, I'd love to see the people that are concerned with this meet with you and just find out, come up with some kind of a game plan that is mutually
We got a motion on the floor, Mayor.
I know.
Yeah.
This is discussion about it.
Yeah, it's yeah, he's got a point there. I think what you're trying to say is meet with the residents, and I thought what I heard them say, to shrink the development, not to, you could still have your condominiums, but instead of having 175, maybe you could have 100 or, whatever. Is that what you're saying? I mean, I think that's what he's saying. I mean, again, compromise. I don't know why that's such an ugly word. I think it's a good word if we could come up with a win-win so everyone is satisfied. But anyway, that's where I'm at.
So I would like to answer a couple of things. Number
Okay.
one is the density is not. We are not driving the density. The city master plan is driving the density. The city master plan is the one that dictates R3. We did not come forward with R3 initially. We purchased the property, we put it under contract, and put hard money on this property because it was priced for an R3, which means the people that are selling it, they understand what the master plan means, and they understand that master plan of R3, the price of the property goes up substantially. When the price of the property goes up substantially, you have no choice but to go with an R3, right? So it's like you look at the master plan. I mean, it was actually presented that an R3 was indeed in the master plan, R3 and R4. We did not go against the master plan. When people are talking about consistency in the development versus what the city wanted, you all decided what the master plan is. You all voted on it, and the people priced their land based on the master plan. So effectively, we did not come up with a density, but at the same time, two things. Number one is the growth in the city is dictating behaviors very, very different, not only by the sellers who are jacking up the prices, but also by the need for quick development. The city of San Antonio is projecting 125,000 people moving in here over the next 5 years. If you do 2.5, divide that number by 2.5, we need 50,000 new dwellings in the city to be able to absorb what Texas state is putting for the state in terms of drawing more businesses for economic development. So what I'm saying is everybody is pushing hard. The reason for all this development, this high density, is to be able to meet the demand of the city's projected numbers. That's why you see everybody, you go to the western end of the city, you have like 90 and 1604. You see massive developments there, thousands of homes. I mean, and they're selling. Leon Valley is in the middle of a city. This is not a rural area. I apologize for saying that. I disagree on that. We are 15 minutes from downtown, right? We have access to 401. We have access to Highway 10. This is not driven by us or by our greed. We are paying a lot of money for this land in order for us to be able to develop it. And we must have high density based on the master plan for the city. In terms of meeting with the neighbors, I was happy to meet. I was standing outside after last meeting, and I was happy to talk. Nobody talked to me. Everybody walked out. And reality is, I don't know where they live. How do I go knocking on people's doors when you don't know where they live? So like what, just go randomly knock on like 200 people's homes and beg to know who was here giving feedback? So like, I apologize. It's not like we did not make the effort. I was standing there. I was willing to talk to anybody who wanted to talk to us to gather feedback. Nobody stopped to say hello. So it's important to understand it's not lack of, Mr. Martinez, of wanting to work with people. What's driving here, we're absolutely happy to listen. The master plan, the price of the property, that's what's dictating those demands. It's that simple. The math doesn't otherwise work out. I hope this explains it.
All right, thank you very much. All right, let's take a roll call vote, and then I needed Mr. Rodriguez, our city attorney, to address the tree issue, and I guess we'll do that after the roll call vote, or did you want to do it?
No, when
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do the roll call vote, and then we'll go to the variances after you address the tree ordinance. All right.
Do you want to restate the motion?
Yes, I'll restate the motion that we have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve a request to rezone approximately 6.8 acres of land from R1 Single Family Dwelling District to Planned Development District, PDD, with R3 Multiple Family Dwelling Base Zoning District. That's the motion. Go ahead.
Councilman Benny Martinez?
Yay.
Councilman Betty Howe?
Yes.
Councilman Philip Campos?
No.
Councilman Ray Orozco?
Yes.
Councilman Will Bradshaw?
Hey.
Okay, the motion carries 4 ayes and 1 nay. All right.
Okay.
Councilor, if you'll, he was
go
going to
ahead,
address,
sorry.
he wanted to address the tree
Sure.
ordinance because it's different than what we've ever done before, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just
You bet.
wanted to indicate, and I believe this is where the planning director is coming from with respect to the tree ordinance not being part of what we're considering today. Remember, just what's presented for you today is just a land use application. It's to change from the present zoning to future zoning. What I would consider the tree ordinance to be is more of a construction standard. It's a permit process that you have to go through. Y'all are not approving a site plan today. And those have a tendency of changing between now and so. What was presented is what I would consider more of a concept plan, which can change between now and the time that there's construction that is going to occur. And the ordinance that was adopted 2 years ago, the tree ordinance that was adopted, took away the tree, I think it was called Tree Advisory Board or something like that, in order to do that, to have a process for permitting that is outside of and not included within the process for a zoning application.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Councilor Rodriguez? Attorney Rodriguez? Okay, thank you for that. Do appreciate it. Martinez?
Councilman Martinez?
No.
Okay. The variance was defeated 3 nays and 2 yays.
No, the
Denial of the, right. So,
Do we need to do another? We don't have to. It's just reverts back to the.
Yeah, do you have any other
Yeah,
motions
any
on the
other
table?
motions? This is,
So the thing is that if you don't approve it, then it,
And the motion, then the variance fails. So I'll make a motion that we approve variance number 1.
I'll
Okay.
second it.
The motion is
to approve it.
to approve the decrease from 1,200 to 600 square feet.
okay, so we have a motion by Counselor Bradshaw and a second by Counselor Heil. Dr. Caldera. We'll start with Mr. Campos.
Nay.
Councilman Orozco.
Yes.
Councilman Bradshaw.
Yes.
Councilman Martinez.
Yes.
Councilman Heil.
Yes.
Okay, the variance passes. 4 ayes and 1 nay. Variance number 2, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve variance number 2.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor
Let's just
Heil.
state it.
Yeah, you're.
I'll
Mayor.
state it.
Okay.
I'll state it. Variance number 2, minimum height increase from 3 stories to 4 stories. There's a motion by Counselor Heil and a second by Counselor Martinez. Roll call vote, please, Dr. Caldera. And we'll start with Mr. Orozco.
Councilman Orozco.
No. No, sorry.
Councilman Bradshaw.
Yay.
Councilman Martinez.
Yay.
Councilman Heil.
Yay.
Councilman Campos.
Nay.
Okay, it passes 3 ayes and 1 nay. 2 nays, excuse me.
Two noes.
It does pass. All right, variance number 3, minimum parking spaces for 2 bedrooms decrease from 2 to 1.5.
Didn't he say he withdrew that one?
Did he withdraw that one?
Yes, he withdrew that, and he has, on what he submitted earlier, was clarifying the code currently calls for 1 parking spaces for each bedroom, 3 spaces for a 3-bedroom unit. Do you want to clarify? Right, but you said earlier in the council meeting that you've changed that a little bit? I mean, just clarify, can you clarify?
Yes, because, so what we said is we only need variance number 4. We don't need variance number 3 anymore.
Okay, so we're going to strike, I mean, if it's okay with the council, we can strike variance number 3, but you'll
Yeah,
need
we can
variance
withdraw.
number 2.
We can withdraw that, yeah.
Okay, so you need variance number 4.
You got it.
Okay.
So you're withdrawing variance number 3? Is that
Yes.
what I'm hearing?
And so you will
Okay.
move on to variance number 4.
Okay, request to provide only 2 parking spaces for townhouses with more than 2 bedrooms. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve variance number 4 to provide only 2 parking spaces for townhouses with more than 2 bedrooms.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Heil and a second by Counselor Bradshaw to approve variance 4, request to provide only 2 parking spaces for townhomes with more than 2 bedrooms. Counselor Bradshaw, you go first.
Yay.
Councilman Martinez?
Yay.
Councilman Heil?
Yay.
Councilman Campos?
Yay.
Councilman Orozco?
Yes.
Okay, it passes 5 ayes and no nays. Okay, moving on to variance number 5, reduce minimum setbacks from 20 feet to 5 feet in the front, 25 feet to 5 feet in the rear, and from 15 feet to 4 feet between buildings. And Councilor Martinez, you go first.
Well, I
we
need
need
a
a
motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, we need a motion. I know. Sorry. It's getting late. Yeah, I apologize. Go ahead, may I have a motion, please? This is a little different than we usually do.
I'd like to make a motion to deny variance 5.
Okay,
Second for vote?
all right. We have a motion by Counselor Campos and a second by Counselor Orozco to deny variance number 5, reduce minimum setbacks from 20 feet to 5 feet in the front, 25 feet to 5 feet in the rear, and 15 feet to 4 feet between buildings. And we'll start with Counselor Heil.
I would like to discuss, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Further discussion, thank you.
So my issue with this one is it's denied. You know, we say that you're going to have 20 feet from all the property boundaries, and it just pushes the whole plan together, and then it kind of defeats the purpose of it. It doesn't it's not viable if you accept the setbacks of 20 feet and 25 feet. That's my comment.
What would you say to that?
I want to make sure that there's enough setback in the front that people can see the traffic. It's like coming out of the subdivision of Monte Robles. There's not a setback enough for you to see in both directions, and that's my concern. The other concern, if there's not a setback further in the back, then we have issues with our commercial units and neighbors in the back. So that's my concern. I think 5 feet is too
So it's
short.
not, maybe some clarification, it's not 5 feet from the road, it's 5 feet from the property line, which is probably 10 feet off of the road, I'm guessing. So
Is
it'd
that
really
Mrs.
be
Harding? Is that
15
correct?
feet? Something roughly like that.
Yes, so from the road, you have the sidewalk generally, and you also have some green space. So when you have a 60-foot right-of-way, it's generally only between 30 and 35 feet of pavement. The rest is a setback generally between 10 and 15 feet on each side from the road. So you have, that's how your street is made. So what you'll see is, you'll see the pavement, and then you see green space, then you see your sidewalk, and then you see the driveways basically going over that.
So in reality, it's more than 5 feet from the house to the
To the pavement, you'll be looking at approximately 15 plus 5. You'll be looking at about 20 feet from the pavement.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, that answers my question.
Okay, we still have a motion and a second to deny variance number 5 on the floor. And we are now with
Councilman Heil.
Councilman Howell is who I thought. Okay.
No.
Councilman Campos?
Yes.
Councilman Orozco?
No.
Councilman Bradshaw?
No.
Huh?
No.
No. Councilman Martinez?
No.
Okay.
The motion fails, 4 nays and 1 yay.
I make a motion, we approve variance 5 as presented.
That's what we just did.
No, we denied it.
We denied it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to approve variance number 5 as presented, and we'll start with Councilor Campos.
Nay.
Councilman Orozco?
Yes.
Councilman
Yes, I'm sorry.
Councilman Bradshaw?
Yay.
Councilman Martinez?
Yay.
Councilman Heil?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 4 ayes and 1 nay. Moving then to variance number 6, reduce landscaping requirements from 35% of property and 5% in plantings to 10% of property and 2% of plantings. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve variance number 6 to reduce landscaping requirements from 35% of property and 5% in plantings to 10% of property and 2% of plantings.
Second.
Okay, we have a, I'm sorry?
Can we have discussion?
We sure can. Let me just say who moved. Councilor Howell moved to approve variance 6, and Councilor Orozco seconded, and we have further discussion. Yes, Councilor Campos.
So we're essentially clear cutting this property, okay? And we're keeping some oak trees, but it seems like we should have more greenery than, reducing from 35 and 5% plantings to 10% of property and 2%. It just seems very low. I think, I know you can do better than that. And that's why I know you shoot for the moon, but someplace there's got to be some compromise here. Sure.
Go ahead.
We are planting 200 trees in this property in addition to those 6. It's important that that is not forgotten, okay? The way we positioned our greenery is just the math. This is old math in terms of code. This code needs to be relooked at. If you look at an R3 and high density, and then you look at how much you need for landscaping, there's no way you're going to get high density with this kind of landscaping. 30%, 35% of the land for landscaping. I mean, how on earth can you build on 65%, then take out 30% of that for the roads, and then take out an additional, to be able to save the trees? You're going to end up with literally like 30 or 40% of the property left for development. The only way you can do this is you go vertical, and then you'll have to grant us 10 stories. That's how they do it. This is why, like, this code is conducive to going vertical. That is the only way you can do this. Otherwise, if you want to stay horizontal, this is unreasonable. There's no way anybody can do it.
Well, I think we are going vertical. We did grant that.
We're going
And
3
so,
stories.
and so I'm thinking, again, from 35 to 10, that's a big decrease. I can understand that 35% is just too much. I understand that. But I think 10% is just too low. And the same for the 10 to the 2. That's what I don't understand.
That's fair. I appreciate your perspective. I'm just telling you the math, based on a whole bunch of factors. If we want to stay horizontal, you're already taking out 30%. 30% of the land is going just for roads, sidewalks, and that 30% straight up. So that's money you take and just throw out the door for 30% of the value of the property, right? So you take an additional 35% out, well, what's left?
Again,
Right.
I'm
so
not
I
asking
get-
for the 35. That's,
Yeah.
I've never said that.
He's
okay, in
asking
the
for a
comment.
compromise.
But so between, if you were to take 30% out and take 10% for landscaping, which actually it's working out slightly higher. We just didn't want to go like for the calculation. The engineers will be doing this at platting time. We're already developing only on 60% of the property.
Well,
Once it's
what I'm
all said and
asking,
done.
would you be willing to do a 5% more in each of these categories?
But we can't. That's the thing. Like we believe we have leeway. Like once it's calculated, this is the minimum we need. But ultimately, we're hoping for more. We want to achieve more, but we don't want to be caught with certain minimums that we cannot possibly meet.
Well, I think these minimums are too low. That's my opinion.
Okay.
And the only reason I seconded it is because he did say earlier that he was going to put over 200 trees on there. So hopefully that'll.
But if those 200 trees only represent 2%, you know what I'm saying? That's where I'm coming from.
And you got a valid point there, yeah, definitely. So there's still a motion on the floor, right?
But the trees will be
But a tree only
separate,
takes so
right?
much space,
Yeah.
right? I mean, you put 200 trees.
Yeah.
Actually, the tree is going to take like this
Not
much.
the
You can fit them
plantings.
all if you were to just take the area based on how it's calculated. You can fit like 200 trees probably on, I don't know, like 200 square feet. Right? So like, please understand, it's not that simple. Like this, you look at the site plan and you see how much green space there is. If you look at, and the facility, we're also putting a swimming pool, we're putting a whole bunch of facilities for the development. That does not count as landscaping. It does not count as so how do you account for all of this? That's why we're saying if you were to go strictly by the code, the definition of landscaping, the definition of planting, 10% of planting, you need like 1,000 trees in order for you to get to 10% of planting. So.
Okay. Yes.
What is the square footage of the rooftops? If you count all of those, if you put sod on all the rooftops, that counts as landscaping.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve variance number 6, and we'll start with,
I think to deny, no.
No, it was a motion
Motion
on
to
the floor
approve it.
so we'll start with Councilor Orozco.
Yes.
Councilman Bradshaw.
Yes.
Councilman Martinez.
Yes.
Councilman Heil.
Yes.
Councilman Campos.
No.
Okay, it's approved 4 ayes and 1 nay. Variance number 7, staff recommends the following be removed from the PDD request. The development of the multifamily project with the site plan substantially similar to the illustration attached in Exhibit B, the site plan. the layout of the site plan and all stated and unstated code modifications required to build it shall be allowed by right and shall supersede the current code requirements where there is a conflict.
I think he asked for this one to be withdrawn, Mayor.
No, what I'm asking for is how is it our variance, our request, if the staff is asking for it?
Because you're requesting this be differ from our code. And so when we conferred, we just decided to do it as a variance request because we want it removed from your PDD. And so it's still a request from the staff to have the council vote whether or not to have this removed from his PDD. He has since said that he's willing to take out the words "and unstated code." However, you heard from Ms. Huerta that she also doesn't like the last sentence in there either. And so, again, I would like the council to take a vote on the item. It's not necessarily a variance from Mr. Shahadi, but it's a staff request for y'all to vote whether or not to have this removed from his PDD.
Yeah, so we are okay with taking out the unstated code as well as the last phrase. So it could be approved conditional on that.
So let me just restate this. It would read the same. This is part of the PDD, right? Except for the last sentence would be the layout of the site plan and all stated modifications required to build. It shall be allowed by right. Period. Is that correct? So it would take out
that is
unstated
correct,
code,
yes.
and it would take out that last
That is
sentence.
correct, yes. No unstated code modifications, and then the last piece as requested by staff. So we
Okay,
we
so
concur with that.
I would like to make a motion that we approve variance number 7 to remove.
As amended.
As amended.
I'll second that.
So, sorry, so the variance is that the staff is recommending to remove it. So if you're voting for it, you're voting for it to be removed.
Sorry.
So I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify what
Good
you're
point.
voting for.
Yeah, so I guess I may amend my motion to amend this part of the PDD to remove unstated code and the last
Understood what you said.
sentence.
Yeah.
Second?
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Orozco to amend variance 7 as stated.
And then I just want to clarify, it's going to remove unstated code modifications and shall supersede the current code requirements where there's a conflict.
Right, those
that
would be
will be
deleted.
stricken from this. Thank you.
So it'll read the layout of the site plan and all stated modifications required to build, it shall be allowed by right.
Okay.
So we keep the modifications, right? Yeah, because you had said remove unstated code modifications. Required to build, it shall be by right, period. Okay.
Okay.
Is that your motion, Mr. Bradshaw?
That is correct.
And a second by Mr. Okay, so we are now, Mr. Bradshaw, you're first.
Can I ask a
Yes,
question? So-
yes, further discussion. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Does staff have any issues with this modification as it was
Yeah.
just changed?
I feel better with those two phrases removed.
Okay. And from our city attorney, we compromised everywhere?
No, it's fine. Y'all can obviously do this. I will state that a site plan is something that is required later, and you're approving it now outside of your normal site plan process.
Oh.
Not true.
Well, it's saying it'll be substantially similar, and the layout of the plan
Excuse me.
and all
Hang
stated
on.
modifications shall be allowed by right, is what it's saying.
Right. Okay.
So any concerns?
It's up to y'all.
So, I don't.
So you do have a motion on the floor and you have a second. Every PDD we've had up until this far, you have to submit a project plan. And as part of the project plan, there's a site plan that does come with the PDD. And so y'all have in the past approved the site plans with the project plan. So I just want to make that clear.
Okay, but when they vote on this motion, are they voting on the site plan even though they haven't seen it?
They're voting, well, they've seen it. They've
I
seen
mean,
what's been submitted.
no, but I meant it's
Right. Right.
not, it's just a concept. It's
So
not,
the site, I think
Right?
maybe Ms. Worker can explain the site plan
Okay.
process.
Belinda, can you
or
come up and
Melinda.
explain the site plan?
Yeah. Just want to be sure we're on the same page.
So she is correct. There is a site plan. Now, the problem that I see is that he just submitted a revised site plan today. And so you don't want to vote on the site plan that was in this PowerPoint. You want to vote on the site plan that he submitted today, because he did shrink one building and he did move another one over there. But that would be a part of the exhibit that's attached to the project plan.
Good catch.
Well, you're approving the Exhibit B. The Exhibit B isn't changing. It's now the new Exhibit B that he submitted if that makes sense.
But it's not.
It's not the one that's included in the packet, correct?
We'll need to replace that.
So should we amend the motion to the amended Exhibit B that was
Submitted at
submitted
1:30 today. Yeah.
this afternoon? Revision 4.
Okay, so we'll add amended Exhibit B, Revision 4. Add that in the sentence. Is that correct? Okay.
Sure.
So everything's the same except for that one additional amendment. And I believe we start with Councilor Martinez.
Yay.
Councilman Heil?
Yes.
Councilman Campos?
Yes.
Councilman Orozco?
Yes.
Councilman Bradshaw?
Yes.
Okay, 5 ayes and no nays, and this is approved. Variance number 8, staff recommends the following be removed from the PDD request. It's B, C, and D. The applicant shall be granted the right to modify the site plan so long as the required modifications to the code, if any, are fully consistent with those required for the site plan as shown in Exhibit B. We should say it's shown in the amended Exhibit B, Revision 4, to be complete. If you all agree. Number C, the total number of units is currently estimated to be approximately 150, but shall not exceed 165. The number of units shall comply with the approved minimum parking requirements as stated above in this project plan. And D, the tree preservation and mitigation plan attached herein as Exhibit J shall be allowed by right to enable the construction of the site plan and shall supersede the requirements of the code. The proposed mitigation plan in this amended exhibit is approved. And so again, this is, the staff has recommended that we remove B, C, and D.
And can we get another explanation of why
Yeah,
staff is?
so now that everything else has been approved, I don't know if any of this really matters. I mean, realistically, I mean, you've already basically, y'all have approved of the project, and so the tree, we already had the discussion on the tree, so that doesn't hold
Been
weight.
reduced.
Y'all have already approved the site plan. The site plan has the approximate number of units. And so, and you've approved the site plan, so I don't know if the staff continues to have objection to this variance anymore. So we can just withdraw this request,
It's fine.
unless somebody wants.
But is it still going to stay in?
Yes, it would stay in. We're just withdrawing it because there's nothing, I mean, unless there's another motion on the floor and you want to do it.
So can I get some clarification?
Sure.
The way I read this, like C, where it says the current estimated to be approximately 150, but not to exceed 165. Well, that's the 10% when people were talking about it.
Sure.
That's 10%, right? Up to 165. So it can't go 10% more of 165, right? So
Well, you
that's-
can't exceed the 165.
Right, that's what it says in stone, so.
Okay, so is Councilor Campos and then Councilor Martinez, did you have a comment as well? Okay.
Not yet.
Councilor Campos and then,
So on item D, does this mean that we're not going to look for the tree mitigation fee from the developer? Is that what?
yeah.
No, I mean, he's got to bring back a tree, when we get to the plating process, he's got to bring back what is it called? The tree survey at the plating process. And so all of those fees will be assessed at that time. That's normally when he comes for his variance for the trees.
So my concern it says in the second line, and shall supersede the requirements of the code. And that to me means that I don't think he needs to come back and says, hey, the tree mitigation fee in the code, it's superseded by my site plan.
Okay.
That's
I
what
mean-
it means to me.
Right. I mean,
I
that's an
agree.
attorney interpretation.
Is that what, okay, go ahead.
Concerns well founded, yes.
Okay. So maybe we should strike that.
May I address this?
Shall supersede this.
So in terms of the tree preservation, if you're approving a site plan, how are you gonna, if the issue is the fee that remains, we have in the past agreed on a fee just like this, and I'm happy to do this right now. This property is about 10% of the size of Seneca West. For Seneca West, we have ended up paying $162,000 in total, 162.5 to be exact, for all 60 acres. Okay, and there were substantially more trees on that property. What I suggest is that we would settle for 10% of that, and if that is okay with you guys, then this is something we can document and move on from there. Then we're all good to proceed.
I don't, and that's, I don't.
I guess.
I think it's premature.
Yeah, I think we need to see
Yeah,
what the measurements are, what our
Okay.
calculation is.
So then we would limit it to just the fee, that we will come back, basically staff will ask for a certain fee, and if we need to change that, then we would come back to council for that, if that's okay.
What other items in the code? I don't know what
Yeah,
other items
the
are
fee,
required.
the fee is
maybe.
the biggest thing, and if you don't have enough information for the fee, we get that. So maybe the motion will be to approve it, but if based on the fees that will be required, the regular fees, and at that point in time, if we need a variance on that, then we come back for council.
Why don't we just strike D? Because we've already had the
We need to be
variance.
able to take the trees out. Like, we can't build this plan. You're approving a plan without us being able to take the trees out. How does that work?
Well, then I guess, should we strike shall supersede the requirements of the code?
That was what I was saying.
That is fine. Yeah. If you'd like to take that out, we're good with that. Yeah. But basically, we're approving to take out the trees, and if you have an issue with our request to waive the fee, then I believe that should be the only thing that should be basically deferred if we will contest what staff would calculate at the time of platting as to what fee we should be paying. Because that's normally when the fees are calculated at platting time. Right? So my request is that allow us to build the site plan. If you're approving it, allow us to build it by giving us the variance to take the trees out, pending that the fee will be calculated upon platting. And then we will deal with that at that point in time. We either pay it, or if we have an exception with it, we come back to council for approval.
Yes,
So
go
you
ahead.
could leave D to read, the tree preservation and mitigation plan attached herein as Exhibit J shall be allowed by right to enable construction of the site plan, period, and strike out that rest of the last sentence. And shall supersede the requirements of the code, the proposed mitigation plan in this exhibit is approved, and then we can come back later in the plating process for the fees and just strike out that last sentence.
I think that makes more sense.
Is that council okay with that?
Something else to add?
What I was going to add was, her reading is accurate, but I was going to suggest including at the end that any tree mitigation fees or any tree fees be collected at the time of platting in accordance with the code.
Be
Just-
collected at the time
Just
of
for
planning.
clarity.
Okay, what do y'all think about that?
I'm good with that.
So then I need a motion to approve variance 8, leaving B and C in his project plan and amending D to read, the tree preservation and mitigation plan attached herein as Exhibit J shall be allowed by right to enable the construction of the site plan, and any tree mitigation fees be paid at the time of platting.
I so move, Mayor.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Martinez to, leave on variance 8, leave B and C as is, and amend D as read prior to this, the tree mitigation, preservation and mitigation plan attached herein as Exhibit J shall be allowed by right to enable the construction of the site plan, period. The proposed mitigation plan in this, and I said amended exhibit, is approved. Any tree mitigation fees will be collected at the time of platting. Is that correct?
Yeah, but this isn't an amended Exhibit J. The only one he amended was a site plan.
Okay, there we go. I'll take that one out.
You paid
Okay,
attention.
let's see, where were we? We were, Ms.
Okay.
Heil, I believe, right? Ms. Heil.
Yes.
Councilman Campos?
Yes.
Councilman Orozco?
Yes.
Councilman Bradshaw?
Yes.
Councilman Martinez?
Okay, motion passes 5 ayes and no nays. Okay, all righty. That's it. Item number two. Yeah, this is gonna be our slumber party night. Okay, so what time is it? 9:45, okay.
No Dairy Queen.
That's right, too late.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 10.2, but I want to, before we move on, I just want to thank all of the citizens who've now stayed through this process. Greatly appreciate your input, and we'll just move forward. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 10.2, presentation, discussion, and a public hearing and possible action on an ordinance amending ordinance 2021-54 for a zone change request from PD Plan Development District with B3 Commercial District and no SO Sustainability Zoning to PD Plan Development District with R3 Multiple Family Dwelling Based Zoning Districts on approximately 2.85 acres at 6758 Poss Road, and more specifically described as CB 5784, Block 4, Lot 64, Quality Subdivision. First read was held on April 1st, and we can vote on this 10.2 tonight. And Susanna Huerta's back. Thank you so much for being here. If you'll begin, thank you.
The question before council today, you're being asked to consider amending ordinance 2021-54 PD Plan Development District with B3 Commercial District and no Sustainability Overlay District to PD Plan Development District with R3 Multiple Family Dwelling District. The options before you are to approve as requested, approve with revisions, or to deny. The Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval of this amendment to the existing ordinance. The request includes proposing a 175-unit apartment-style development. The current PDD that was previously allowed townhouses and offices. They are requesting variances from Section 15.02.308 R3 Multiple Family Dwelling District, which is the proposed base zoning. This is what allows for this ordinance, our PDD ordinance. Variance number 1 is for lot regulations, very similar to the previous request. They are requesting a minimum lot size to be decreased after the first 3 units from 1,200 square feet to 400 square feet. Code states that the first 3 units require 10,400 square feet in lot area and 1,200 square feet for each additional unit. The total required for 175 units would be 237,600 square feet. The lot would need to be 5.45 acres to meet this requirement in the code, but the lot is only 2.849 acres in size, so that's why they're requesting this variance. Minimum frontage on public right-of-way, they are requesting for it to be reduced from 95 feet to no minimum. However, this property already has frontage of approximately 193 square feet along Pross Road, so staff does not believe this variance is needed or required. Variance number 3 is the minimum floor space be decreased from 600 square feet to 400 square feet. That goes back to the previous calculations. Variance number 4 is to the minimum height be increased from 3 stories to 4 stories. Variance number 5 is to reduce the minimum setbacks from 20 to 10 in the front, 25 to 10 in the rear, and 15 to 5 feet between buildings. Variance number 6 is the minimum parking spaces for 2 bedrooms to be decreased from 2 to 1.5. The code states the minimum of 1 space for each 1-bedroom unit, 2 spaces for each 2-bedroom unit, and 1 space for each additional unit shall be provided. Variance number 7 is requesting to provide only 2 parking spaces for apartments with more than 2 bedrooms. Our code states that a minimum of 1 space for each 1 bedroom and then 1 additional for each bedroom. Variance number 8 is requesting minimum landscaping requirements be reduced from 35% of the property and 5% plantings to 10% of the property and 2% plantings. Variance, staff sees these as variances, and they're the notes as discussed in the previous one. And it talks about the development of a loft apartments with a site plan substantially similar to the one illustrated in attached Exhibit B1, the layout of the site plan. And here again, we go with the all stated and unstated code modifications required to build it shall be allowed by right and shall supersede the current code requirements where there is conflict. Our concern is that that's trying to say that even variances they didn't request, but if they're shown on the conceptual site plan, would be granted. The development of loft apartments projects with a site plan substantially similar to the one illustrated in the attached revision 3. The site plan allows for an optional building extension to accommodate a design change of the applicant is successful vacating the CPS and SAWS utilities easement on the property, the layout of the site plan, and all stated and unstated code modifications required to build it shall be allowed by right and shall supersede the current code requirements and where there's conflict. So it's the same sort of terminology there that staff is concerned about. Variance 10, again, brings up the modification of the site plan. Total number of units, staff feels an increase should come before council for approval. And then he's asking the city shall grant a reduction in the width of the drainage easement from 54 feet to 40 feet. The site plan provisions for an underground detention pond, which does not require a 54-foot easement. This reduction allows for increasing the width of the swimming pool for the residents' enjoyment. Typically, this would be done during platting. You're not approving a plat as part of this PDD, and it would need to be reviewed by our city engineering to see that what they're proposing meets our drainage requirements. So staff has concern with that comment there. This is the location map showing the location along Post Road, the aerial, the surrounding zonings, B2, B3 to the north, B3 to the west, PD with B2 and sustainability overlay to the east, and B2 and B3 to the south. Oops, sorry. This is the zoning map showing the surrounding zonings of B2 and B3. This is the plat that shows the drainage easements and the electric and gas easements that run along the property. As part of this request, he's giving 2 options of 2 different concept plans, and that's dependent on if the easements stay or are taken away. I'm not sure how that would work because you would be approving 2 possibilities, but this is site plan concept 1 and site plan concept 2. And the difference is primarily this building there in the middle, the blue, if the easement goes away. The staff comments a lot is 2.86 acres. If they were required to conform to minimum R3 standards, they would need a minimum lot size of 5.45 acres. The shape of the lot's not conducive to retail or commercial due to the depth, number of easements, and low visibility. And surrounding properties are privately owned and developed or in the process of development. Therefore, there's no room to increase this development in size. Roadways are internal to the development, and they will be required to meet all standards of the fire code. Staff does not recommend a decrease in parking space requirements, and staff does not recommend unilateral variance from all other provisions of the codes, as some of those statements within the request imply. Some of the city engineer comments: the proposed site layout depicted on Exhibit H does not match the site layout exhibits. The proposed revision of minimum lot size to 400 square feet does not appear to be justified, since the proposed lot is 2.85 acres in size, and they do not recommend approval. Variance to minimum frontage on public right-of-way of 90 feet is not needed, as the lot has a frontage of 191 feet, and the owner has not stated any plans to subdivide. The proposed variances to setbacks is not recommended due to safety concerns for first responders accessing all sides of the buildings. Provide ADA compliant sidewalks on Post Road. As mentioned with the previous development, this would come up during plating. However, we were concerned because it wasn't being shown on the site plan. No handicap parking is shown on the site plan at building stage. Concern with the fire department being able to access the rear of building 3 with 4-story height. City ordinance requires a tree survey. Concerns with verbiage in the request giving the developer the right to modify the approved site plan. And the site plan should demonstrate 25-foot clear vision intersections. As far as the master plan, the proposed facility is in keeping with the master plan, which states that the Grissom Road corridor is commercial use with some multiple family dwelling, townhouse dwelling, and garden house uses, so it is compatible. We did send out notifications to 15 property owners within 200 feet. We did not receive any in favor or opposed or undeliverable. Staff recommends approval of either option for the amended PDD. They're both consistent and compatible with the city's master plan and surrounding uses, would make good use of the property that has some physical developmental conflicts, including an odd shape, difficult easements, and low visibility for retail or commercial use. Staff has no objection to the proposed variance for lot requirements except for parking requirements and minimum setbacks, and that the developer follow all other applicable codes, including fire, building, and engineering recommendations. Drainage needs to be satisfactorily addressed at the plating stage of development. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the zone change request with a vote of 7-0. As far as fiscal impact, all fees associated with this rezone request have been paid, and the development of a multifamily development will increase ad valorem and sales taxes in the city. Okay,
Thank you very much for that. Any questions for Ms. Huerta on her presentation? Okay, seeing none, does the developer have a question or comment or presentation?
Yes, I would have a quick presentation. Just as a reminder, I presented most of it last time, but just wanted to make sure that I'm putting certain things in context with regards to, I would like to open with, we have zero objection to modifying the wording consistent with what we have done with the previous PDD. In terms of the unstated code modifications, we can take that out and just make sure that you're all comfortable with the wording the same way we had it before. So,
are you all okay with him presenting his items?
Yeah, you have 10 minutes. Up to 10 minutes.
Last time I did it in 5 minutes, so let's just see if I can do this time. All right, so the current zoning for this property, the PDD that's currently zoned is 4 stories. Okay, that's already approved. It's we have 35 townhouses that are 4 stories, and then we have 2 apartment-style buildings that are 4 stories already approved. The main reason why we came back is to address some issues with the easements that were not detected with the first round. So, effectively, this was the fire plan. Again, this was the PDD that was approved and extended again. So we have these two buildings I just mentioned. They're all apartment buildings, the rest, and they're all 4 stories. In terms of why we're changing it, it's because of the CPS easement, and there's a SAWS easement. There's the city drainage easement, and that is where the issue is in terms of building on top of these easements. That was not detected back, and we just wanted to correct it, make sure that that was not detected by the city engineer, not by our engineer. I don't know how that happened, but regardless. So again, this is consistent with the master plan. All our neighbors are commercial use, but down the street we have apartments that are substantially more dense, and that's only within like 0.3 miles this way and 0.9 miles this way. So this is going to be a gated community. We have done a drainage analysis. That's what we're asking the easement about. By the way, the request for the easement is strictly, we're not asking for it to build any more units, strictly for the enjoyment of the residents to expand the pool. This was the original plan. We don't need to go there. This is the plan that you have all seen last time. This easement here, see the size of this pool, the way it is. So that's why we just wanted to square it up. Now we are putting all our drainage and detention underground. Obviously, this will all be evaluated by the engineers at platting time. Of course, we're not going to be granted this, so maybe you all can approve the easement conditional on engineering approval. Just a reduction of that easement. It's too wide. Honestly, it's not required. We're going to be concentrating all our drainage underground here in this area. And honestly, that's all I have to say. How was that?
Okay.
Good. Thank you.
3 minutes.
All right. Mr. Shahade, you said these were rentals?
Yes.
And
These are
they're
apartments.
1, 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms? Or?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
There will be
4
the
stories.
general.
Again, no, this is the elevators.
That's
were
the
here.
ones with the
Okay.
elevators, yes.
All right.
Exactly.
Very good. All right. Anyone else? I mean, still there's, well, I'm not going to say anything. Doesn't matter. The concerns addressed. But anyway, we need a public hearing. So let me open up the public hearing. Let's see.
10:01.
It's 10:01, and I'll open up the public hearing and remind the people in our chambers that the council the Plan and Zoning did approve this plan 7-0. So yes, Valerie.
Sure. My name's Vanessa Eckel.
Vanessa, excuse me.
With the Tim's Oriental Warehouse that's at the bend of Poss Road. And again, I just want to reiterate the traffic concerns I have on Poss Road. I don't know that that's a developer thing. I'm asking the council, I'm asking you guys to really do something about it, because it's not only just protecting the property that my parents have purchased and maintained over there, but it's also the safety of just the travelers. And with the increased traffic through new residents that are going to be coming, I think that's great for the businesses that are there. But I'm very concerned that we're going to not be able to keep people from hurting themselves on that road if we don't do something about it. And TxDOT's not going to help either with the R-cut. So there's just a lot of things. If we're talking about looking at the future, we need to look at it that way and not wait till Poss Road becomes, nicknamed something else. So that's all I'm asking for, is for you guys to really, I don't know what it is.
I was going to say, yeah, do you have any ideas?
Well, we have our radar thing. Last time I spoke, I asked for more physical presence, maybe do a study of, if we can't do speed bumps, we've already talked about that. I heard rumble strips. I don't know. No parking on the side of the roads, because right now Poss Road's pretty wide, and we need it to be. We have a lot of big trucks that come in there and have to do Austin Powers to back up into the businesses that provide a lot of sales tax. And so we have a daycare there with lots of kids running around. And so I'm just asking for you guys to do it. That's not my role. I didn't go to school for any of that. I didn't sit here to plan a city as well, but I'm just telling you as a concerned business person
Okay.
there. And I mean, I am a resident of Leon Valley because I've been here for so long with our business. I may not live here, but I live here. I spend more time here than I do in my home. And so I'm asking y'all to please pay attention to that and add more to it for safety purposes.
Okay, very good. All right, Vanessa, so noted. All right, yes, Ms. Mersch.
I agree with her comments about the traffic and the fact that there's a curve on Foss Road, and increasingly that road is a cut through to skip the light and to get over to Grissom Road, and so people are trying to go there fast and whatever. I think my main objections to this property as it's planned is the parking situation. I think that the inadequate parking is going to continue to be a thorn in our side, and it's only going to encourage people to park along Poss Road, which is going to make the traffic issues even worse. So I think he's done a nice job with the amenities and a pool, and there seems to be a little bit more green space than in the previous project, and I think that's really important for quality of life, but they really need to make enough parking spaces because you're pushing the problem off onto the city to now manage the parking because you didn't manage it properly when you designed the unit. So that's my biggest thing. And the setback for the pool, that doesn't bother me quite as much, but I think we really need to pay attention to the parking.
Okay, thank you. So noted. Mr. Shahade, you said this was a gated community?
Yes, it's a gated community.
And so would you remind us how many units and how many parking spaces we have?
I have that here.
I mean, just
so-
if you'll summarize it. It's getting late, but I can't.
Yeah, for sure.
So are we?
By the way,
are
that concept too is just to increase recreational area, just so you know. Sorry, that was not.
And I guess my question is.
Yeah, I have the stats.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. I'm just thinking if it's a gated community and and they're visitors,
Yes,
I
we
guess
do-
they
we
will
do have-
just park on the street, right? Because they can't get in? Is that how it is? So I think that's,
Yes, so we have, with the variances that we're asking for, we have plenty more visitor parking. We believe that we're not going to build something where people can't park. There's no way we'll be able to rent them.
okay.
Right, so in terms of what I just wanted to show you really quick.
So the tenant parking versus visitors parking is what?
Right, so you're going to see here that we have, I apologize, just a second. I had something about the parking. I believe it's, okay. Oh, so we have the parking numbers. I'm sorry, it's been a long day for me.
The total numbers?
Yeah, there you go. So we have 120 to 145
Oh,
with
sorry.
155 to 167 parking stalls.
Okay, up there. I see. I didn't see that when
Yeah,
you
no,
went
I'm
through
sorry.
it.
I
Okay,
can't.
yeah,
My eyes
120
are
to-
terrible this time of night.
120 to 145 units, but 155 to 167
Correct.
for the parking spaces. But again, we don't know.
Again,
How
there's a
many?
whole bunch of one bedrooms, but that's where the math happens at construction time, right? So as long as we get the formula approved, we'll be able to make sure that we'll have plenty of parking, including space for visitors, of course.
So, okay.
It'll be dealt with we don't need to plat this property. We just need to get the construction planning. That's when it gets approved by the engineers or not, based on the code.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Shahade? I was just curious if we had enough.
Are we still in the public hearing?
Yes, we're still in the public hearing. Yes, thank you for answering that question. I appreciate it. Yes. Let's see, Mr. Mata's coming up, so we'll hear from him next.
Yeah, Eric Mata. Again, think it's interesting, certain people on the dais and certain citizens claim to not be against development or progress, but it seems like their only purpose here is to stymie development, and that's the only thing we've seen of them. Certain people, running for office and come out of the woodwork, and there's only one reason, it seems, and their contributions here really only have to deal with that. So I just took note of that. I thought that was kind of interesting. Again, fear tactics. I mean, that's what we've been hearing about all developments, whether it's Mr. Shahadi's or anything else. It's always bringing extreme examples of things that could happen, I mean, I don't know. There's a part of me that thinks we just look at things in a more adult way, okay? I mean, let's be realistic. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Question, comment? Okay, if there's, yes, Ms. Mersch, do you have one other question or comment?
Going back to the parking, I'm still not clear if he's asking for that 1.5 for a two-bedroom apartment. I mean, his numbers don't look that generous in terms of parking, because he could go with 145 units and only have 150 parking spaces. So, I mean, you're right, we don't know the number of one-bedrooms and two-bedrooms
Right.
and three-bedrooms, but if he's asking for a variance that will ultimately allow him to only have to have 1.5 for a two-bedroom unit, then I think that needs to be addressed, since there's a lot of wiggle room here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, thank you. All right. Anyone else? All right. If I see no one else who would like to speak at the public hearing, I'll close the public hearing at 10 minutes after 10. All right. So it goes back to the council. Yes, Councilor Campos.
I just want to clarify from Mr. Shahadi. So the 1.5 request for a two-bedroom, maybe I misunderstood, but I thought I heard you say whatever we did for the prior one, which we said would be 2 for a two-bedroom.
Oh, no. I was talking about the unstated code.
Okay.
When, in reference to that language.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, thank
you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this is where we actually need that one variance. We didn't need the variance to lower the two-bedroom because we didn't have two bedrooms in the other one. Here we will have two bedrooms. We'll have a lot of one bedrooms. That's how we have. The numbers were extremely difficult to calculate with one. So that is why we need that leeway. The 1.5 is an absolute must in order for us to build this.
Okay, so you actually have like 10 extra parking spaces? Is that what you have?
We will have more than that, hopefully.
Oh, you will?
Yeah.
Okay. 120 to 145.
We have a whole bunch of one bedrooms. But there's a need for two bedrooms, right, and three bedrooms. So the ratios generally, not sure if you're all familiar. I'm not sure if you want me to explain the ratios, but yeah.
Well,
okay, fair enough.
I just want to be sure we have enough parking because, I think people could be parking on Poss Road, which, unless we, outside the gate, you don't think so? Or, okay, all right. All right. We'll find out, I guess, right? Yeah, I was going to say we need to do something on that street for sure. Okay, so the public hearing is closed at 10 after 10, and what is the pleasure of the council?
So I do have one comment on the concerns of this business owner, Vanessa. And I don't know, it's just an idea that I've seen like in medical center, because there's a lot of traffic obviously there as well. But there's some roads that I go down that have actual bike lanes that have like raised curbs between the street and the actually sidewalk, and they're designated bike lanes. And I'd never seen anybody biking there. But my point is, it kind of makes you, when you go down there, you're like, whoa, what is this? The street kind of gets more narrower because there's bike lanes and stuff. It makes you pay attention. And so maybe it's a possibility in the future, something like that coming through so that it's not just a major thoroughfare. It makes traffic slow down a little bit more. Because I know we talked about, like, can't do rubble strips, can't do stuff like that.
I think that's a great idea, and actually, I had a lot of employees that bike up and down there, so.
Yeah, so maybe it's a possibility to look at in the future.
And you have a lot of pedestrians, and you have people in that physical therapy
Especially if
section.
it can connect to the trail system. That's
Vanessa, since you're there all the time, do we have a sidewalk? I can't remember.
Yes, there's sidewalks
There
on
is
both
sidewalks
sides.
on both sides, okay.
And they just re-asphalted everything late last year.
Okay.
I thought they were going to do some other stuff, but they didn't. I was
Okay.
like, okay, that was a nightmare. But anyway, it just, I think more heads need to be there,
Mhm.
or maybe not there, and come
Okay.
up with something.
All right,
You know,
so
I'm-
yeah, I've noted the bike lanes. I mean, that's.
Can I ask Melinda, is that possible to do on Pottsville, Melinda?
Would our city do it, or, no, that's not a Tex dot road, is it?
No, it's the city's.
ours, it's our
actually.
road, yeah.
All the roads are owned by the state of
Yeah.
Texas, we just manage them. But
Uh-huh.
yes, it is doable, it's very expensive though. So it would have to be, engineered, all that good stuff, and then go out for bid, and you guys can find out what the price would be, but it's exorbitantly expensive.
Is it really?
So when you say expensive, what ballpark are you looking at?
$10 million.
I don't know, without knowing the linear feet of how long you want it, where you want it at. I mean, there's a lot of variables there, so we would have to figure out a plan for it.
But how long is that street from Bandera to Grissom?
Don't know it off the top of my
Oh,
head.
okay.
I'd have to go measure it.
Okay. All right, never mind. Just thought I'd ask.
We're good, Mayor, not that good.
Huh?
I said, we're good, Mayor, not that good.
But not that good. Okay. I just
Can you
thought,
walk
you
it
know.
tonight, Crystal, and tell us?
Yeah,
Yeah.
my foot, I go 1, 2, all the way
There, measure
across,
it.
and I'll bring you on it.
Okay. Counselor Campos.
So, Mayor, Council, I'd like to make a motion to amend ordinance 2021-54 to change the zoning from the PD Planned Development District with the B3 Commercial District to a planned development district with an R3 Multiple Family Dwelling District for 6758 Posh Road.
Okay.
Let me look at it.
So is it a motion to approve the zoning? Is that correct?
To approve the zoning with all the variances?
Well,
Or
no,
just we're doing
we're
them?
going to
hit
do
the
the variances
variances
one at a time.
Okay.
I'll
we're doing one
second
at a
it.
minute. Okay.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Campos and a second by Counselor Orozco to approve 10.2, ordinance amending a zone change request from PD Planned Development District with B3 Commercial District and no SO sustainability zoning to PD Planned Development District with R3 Multiple Family Dwelling-Based Zoning District on approximately 2.85 acres at 6758 Poss Road. Roll call vote, please, Mr.
Councilman Martinez?
Yeah.
Yay.
Woman Heil?
Yes.
Councilman Campos?
Yes.
Councilman Orozco?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Bradshaw?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries 5 ayes and no nays for the zone
So we're going to do
change.
the same thing as we did on the previous one. I know it's a little time consuming, but we'll try to get through them quickly. So
Okay.
for the first variance, please.
All right, first variance is we need a motion for a lot requirement or regulation minimum lot size after the first 3 units decrease from 1,200 to 400 square feet. And code states that the first 3 units require 10,400 square feet in lot area and 1,200 square feet each additional unit. Total area required for 175 units would be 237,600. Lot would need to be 5.45 acres, but it's only 2.849 acres.
I move that we approve variance number 1.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Bradshaw and a second by Counselor Campos to approve variance number 1 as read. Any further discussion?
You want a roll
Counselor-
call vote, or are you just going to?
You want to,
They can do it all, yea or nay.
okay, you want to just do all those in favor?
Yeah.
Or do you want a roll call? It's up to you.
All in
Make it go
favor.
faster, yeah.
Yeah, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I didn't hear any nays, so 5-0 approved. Okay, variance number 2, minimum frontage on public right-of-way reduced from 95 feet to no minimum. The property already has 193 plus frontage on Post Road. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Martinez and second by Counselor Orozco to approve variance number 2. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry 5-0. Approved. Variance number 3, minimum floor space decreased from 600 square feet to 400 square feet. May I have a motion, please?
I so move, Mayor.
Yes, I need a second. Okay, I have a motion by Counselor Orozco and a second by Counselor Campos to approve variance number 3 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry 5 ayes and no nays. Moving to variance number 4, minimum height increase from 3 to 4 stories. May I have a motion?
I so move.
Second.
We have a motion by Counselor Bradshaw and a second by Counselor Orozco to approve variance number 4 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's 5-0. Okay, approved. Variance number 5, reduce minimum setbacks from 20 to 10 front, 25 to 10 rear, and 15 to 5 foot between buildings.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Martinez and a second by Counselor Heil to approve variance number 5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry 5-0, approved. Variance number 6, minimum parking spaces for 2-bedroom decreased from 2 to 1.5. And the code states minimum of 1 space for each bedroom unit, 2 spaces for each 2-bedroom unit, and 1 space for each additional unit shall be provided.
I make a motion to approve variance number 6.
Second.
We have a motion by Counselor Heil and a second by Counselor Orozco to approve variance 6. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved, 5 ayes and no nays. Variance number 8, request to provide only 2 parking spaces for apartments with more than 2 bedrooms. I won't read the next one. That's just what the code says.
So move.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Bradshaw and a second by Counselor Orozco to approve variance number 7 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry 5 ayes and no nays. Approved. Variance number 8, minimum landscaping requirements reduced from 35% property and 5% plantings to 10% of property and 2% plantings. May I have a motion, please?
I so move.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Counselor Orozco and a second by Counselor Martinez to approve variance number 8 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry 5 ayes and no nays. Variance number 9, staff recommends these statements to be removed from PDD request. Can I?
Move that we change this to remove the section 2. Where's this?
No, it's unstated.
Okay,
Unstated
so-
code, to strike unstated code.
Is that in 2?
No,
Yeah.
it's in 1.
It's in 1?
Yeah, it says site plan and all unstated code in I.
Oh, it's in both of them. Yeah, it's an I and double I, yeah.
And what about and shall supersede the current code requirements?
Yeah,
where
and
there's
strike the
Okay,
last,
so let's go
after the
back.
comma.
The development of the laws, apartments, similar to the layout of the plan, and we're going to cross out all stated and unstated code
I would just say,
modification?
cross out the unstated.
Just unstated code, not modifications?
No,
That-
sorry, you leave all stated code modifications. Like you just cross out and unstated, is that correct?
Just cross out and unstated code?
No,
Okay.
not code, Mayor.
Unstated.
And unstated, okay, thank you. We're going to cross that out. And we're also going to cross out shall supersede the current code requirements where there is a conflict? Does everyone agree with that?
Correct.
Am I,
Yeah,
okay.
so it's going to read site plan and all modifications required to build, it shall be allowed by right, period, and the rest would be straight.
Okay, very good. So that's the amendment there. And what about double I?
The same there, Counselor Bradshaw?
Yeah, the same, the layout of the site plan. And you cross out all stated and unstated.
And then shall be
and,
superseded.
and
So
you
the same.
end it at by right.
By right, yeah. Okay.
And then cross out and
Cross out
shall
and shall
supersede?
supersede
Okay.
the current code, correct.
All right, with those two changes, may I have a motion, please?
I so move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Bradshaw and a second by Counselor Roscoe to approve variance number 9 as amended, as discussed. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry 5-0, and it's approved. Okay. Number 10, minimum landscape requirements reduced from 35% of property and 5% planning to 10% of property and 2% planning.
She's got that one wrong. I mean, Mayor, I know you're reading off of Sandra's thing, but that's wrong. It's just the staff recommends these statements.
Yeah.
She gave you a cheat sheet, but she accidentally recopied and pasted wrong there for you.
Oh, I thought we had already done that. But
Variance
again,
10,
you know,
it's just the special
it's only
provisions.
10:25. Past my bedtime. No, I'm just teasing. Okay, so special provisions, and my understanding then staff recommends B, C, and D be removed. Is that my understanding? Okay.
Yes.
And so input from the council, please.
Our biggest thing is D in dealing with the drainage.
Is this the one where we would say, dependent on
The engineer.
approval by the engineering?
Yeah, or something, yeah.
So can I say we approve
A,
Article 3, A, B, C, and D pending approval of the engineer for our item D?
Go ahead.
Approval is recommending inclusion in the PDP, correct?
So-
Recommendation.
Yes,
to
to
remove.
include this, not to remove it. Yes, good point.
Okay, second.
okay, can we go over that again? Because
So
I thought we
the
were,
motion is that we include Article 3 special provisions, A, B, C, and D, but D pending the approval of of engineering.
so that's the only one is D that's pending approval?
I
Is that
believe
it?
that's correct.
How does
But,
that, I could ask the staff,
yeah,
are we satisfied with that?
so, because they wanted to remove B and C as well.
Yes, I think B and C will be taken care of.
Based on already what you've approved.
Yes,
Edges.
but D, we need to make sure that it's worded that, well, my recommendation would be that
Sure.
city engineering, any engineering drainage requirements, code is met.
Okay, so I'll amend my motion to include that D meets city engineering requirements. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so on special provision, Article 3, keep A, B, and C as is, but D, add pending approval from engineering,
From city engineering.
city engineering. Okay,
and
is
that
that correct?
meets requirements, yeah.
It'll be pending approval of city engineer, that meets code requirement.
That meets code requirements. Okay, so with that amendment, may I have a motion?
That was my
That was his
motion.
motion, and it was seconded by Ray Orozco.
Okay, so we have a motion by Counselor
Bradshaw.
Bradshaw and a second by Counselor Orozco to approve A, B, and C as presented
with a
in the
change.
code, and D pending approval, add a pending approval from city engineering that meets code requirement. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry and it's approved. Okay. All right, there we go. Thank you.
Mayor, since it is past 10 o'clock, I just need to know if the council's willing to.
Yeah, we need to
continue.
vote to continue, so let's, and I believe we can get those done. So, may I have a motion to continue the meeting, because we have
Make a
we
motion,
usually
we
have to get
continue.
them by 10.
I
but
make a
we're way
motion we
past.
continue.
We're way past 10. Okay, motion to continue in a second. All right, we have a motion by Counselor Martinez and a second by Counselor Campos to
Wait.
continue the meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Nay. I was going to say, ask If I say nay, do I get to go home?
Go for it.
Continue, I'm okay.
Okay.
Don't say that, he's short, you
it's-
know it.
Just tired.
Okay, I know, we're all tired. So the motion does carry 5-0. Okay, regular agenda 10.3, presentation discussion of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, Fee Schedule, Article A 11.000, Water and Sewer Rates, Section A 11.001, Subsection A, Subsection C, Subsection G, and Subsection Q, to increase water and sewer rates and revise tier structures. This is our first read as required by the city charter, and Melinda Morris, our Public Works Director, is here to present. Good evening.
Mayor, I just would like to make one note, please, if
Go
that's
ahead.
okay. This is just really a housekeeping item. Y'all have already voted to increase the rates, but we have to do it by ordinance. And the only reason we couldn't put it on consent agenda tonight is because the first read has to be read out loud. And
Okay.
so I just wanted to make, so then that way y'all understood where we're at.
Okay, so they're voting just to establish an ordinance?
Correct, to increase the rates as presented at the last council meeting. Melinda can go through it with
Okay,
you, but I just
all right.
want to make sure that you understand that that's what you're doing this evening.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right,
Yes,
if you'll
staff
continue,
direction
thank you.
was to go ahead and prepare the ordinance based on the vote that was at the last meeting, so I won't spend a lot of time on this.
Right.
So we went through and found all of the problems with our system. We put them in a list, prioritized, came up with the cost and the plan for that, presented it to City Council and to the citizens at multiple meetings. The City Council decided to implement a 5-year increasing rate and tier structure. However, the rates are to be reviewed at the end of a 2-year period for possible reduction or future increases depending on what happens. To implement the proposed rates, an ordinance has to be approved. The ordinance also increases charges for the Edwards Aquifer fees and TCEQ fees, as those have gone up too. The tiers were revised so that they now match SAW's tiers. Here's your current rate structure. And you can see from this one, here's the 0 to 3,000 gallons, 3,000 to 6, 6 to 10. All that's been modified so that it now matches SAW's. Here's your residential meter fee for most of the meters here. And this is for the non-residential. And then the sewer charges were also changed. So here's what it was. You had a $15 minimum, and then over the first 1,000 gallons, it was $6.24. We removed this over 1,000 gallons, and now it's from the 1 gallon on up. And so here's the proposed rate structure. So for year one, your base rate would go up to $12, and then here's the 0 to 4,000 change, 4 to 7, 7 to 12. And then there's the rates for that year. And then year two and on so on. Proposed rate structure for the sewer, same thing. Your base rate year one would be $15.38 and $5.50 per 1,000 gallons, and then it goes up each year after that. The EAA fee would go to 70 cents. Right now it's at 62. The TCEQ fee, right now it's at 20 cents. This one takes it to 5% of the total bill. So here's your sample. Right now, this is the bill that you pay if you are using 5,000 gallons a month. In year one, it would go up to 79, then 83, 87. By the time you get to year 5, it's a 26% increase. The estimated revenue projection is shown here. By the time you get to year 5, you're looking at doing this amount, which is what we were trying to achieve. We wanted to try and go out for a bond, or a voter-approved bond, in order to gain $10 million so that we can start these projects on our priority list from 1 to 8. So it's expected to increase the budget by the $1 million. Use a portion of the existing capital improvements fund. Right now we do $500,000 in water and $500,000 in sewer. So we would have the $1 million to start with to start paying things back, but then also apply for grants from the water board and all, anywhere else we can. And then we would use any remaining money that we had to perform emergency repairs in-house with what's left. And so at the April 1st meeting, the council voted to proceed, but to revisit it in 2 years. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Melinda, I'm just curious, what is the average amount that we expend each year when we set aside the $500,000 for water and $500,000 for sewer for repairs?
Right now, we're doing really good because we get grants from CDBG.
Uh-huh.
And so the projects usually cost us around 530,000 for each. So 500 for water, 500,000 for sewer. But with CDBG, we're able to recoup half that money. And this year, I think we're going to recoup all of the money if it gets approved by CDBG.
Okay, so the grants have helped us to
Tremendously.
where we don't have to use our funds, and you're saying that we would use that $1 million to start the repairs.
Back if we went and borrowed money.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, any other questions, comments on?
Is this something we can put on consent?
Is there
Sorry,
something we
I
can
took
put
a
on
bite.
consent?
So I'm opposed to this, so I wouldn't want it on consent, but I won't be here. I mean, I guess I will, right? Next meeting, my last meeting? Kind of when they
May
come and
6th,
go.
May 6th, yeah.
So, but the point is, Councilor Martinez may not be here either, so I think it's something that would be important to present to the new sitting council to vote on.
On May 6th?
Would that be,
No, they won't be sworn in on the 6th.
No,
Oh,
it's
so there'll
swearing
be
in
one
on the
more meeting.
21st, on the 21st of May. Yeah,
Okay.
just canvas,
that
yeah.
was my point. But I'm still against it.
Well, you can always pull it
Majority.
if you want, you know.
I'd like to move that it's on consent. I don't know if we can canvass our council.
Okay, do you feel like it, Mr. Martinez,
Consent?
consent, and Ms. Howell? No? Mr., you said no.
Tell me again, what's on the floor?
The consent.
To put this on
For
consent or
It's a
not.
first read.
Okay.
Second time.
Yeah, I voted for it last time. I'm okay with the consent agenda.
Okay.
And then if anybody wants to pull it off on consent.
Yeah, we'll put it in consent, and if you want to pull it, we can pull it, yeah. Okay, so consent for number 10.3. Okay, thank you, Melinda, do appreciate it. All right, so you're up for the next one, too. Agenda item 10.4, presentation.
We've got
Got a
Oh,
question?
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Go ahead, Mr. Yarnell.
You want to ask about the water tower?
I'm not sure what just happened, but I have a question about,
Okay,
and I'm a little late at the ballgame, apparently you've already approved the rate.
that was at the last meeting.
Does this
This
rate
is just the
include any
ordinance.
addressing the water tower at Marshall? As I remember, it's on its last leg, it has about 25 years left, and it's gonna cost more than pocket change.
I'll let Melinda, yeah.
No, sir, it does not address the Marshall tank.
Okay, but doesn't address the Marshall tank, how can we expect this issue to be addressed? We've already had a situation where our pumps, our wells were not adequately addressed in the timely manner, and you all had to, as a council, had to go out and get a, $2 million bond or something like that to do an emergency fund, and here we are again, we know this is coming, there's no way to go around it, we've been told this thing is about to domino in a period of time. So how is it we're not going to address that?
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
Is
Campos.
it my recollection that part of when we did the impact fees, right, that we did budget for the replacement of the Marshall tank?
The problem with using the impact fees is that you can't use it to pay for all of it. I don't think. I could be wrong. We'll have to get the attorney to weigh in. We do want to increase the storage there because the tank is only 100,000 gallons and we want to make it 150,000 gallon because of our new development. And so there's a little bit of gray area, I think, there.
But I think it was when we did this impact fee analysis, I believe that it was in there. It was clearly stated in there.
It's in there, I don't know off the top of my head if whether or not it covered it at 100%. But to your point, Mr. Yarnell, yes, we know that it's one of the issues, but there's 1,000 other issues the city I need a new fire truck in 3 years. I mean, there's a lot of things we know that are upcoming. The issue with the water rate increase is you have problems now. I have sewer leaking into the ground already. I have water mains with cracks in them that need to be done. I mean, we don't have a lot of leakage, but so you can't. Okay.
What are we going to do about addressing this issue? Because we can't ignore it.
Right, and so
We got to address the issue somehow.
right, so what I'm saying is we do address it in the budget year. And so I always put in there, hey, do you want to set aside some or some assigned funds for these larger capital projects? Fire truck, the water tower, and most times, often than not, you don't have enough money to do that. And so probably when that time comes, if you don't have enough money, whether it's in impact fees, you're gonna have to go out for a bond. That's just the reality of the situation.
So we would address this issue in the upcoming budget.
We will have the discussion. We have it every year during the budget.
And so far, we've done nothing to.
You've done nothing with your current water infrastructure. So every time staff has brought up, hey, we need to address this since 2017, the council hasn't addressed it.
But it is in our capital plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in our plan.
It's in our capital plan. And we've got another 15 years, so we'll keep worrying about it every year.
If we put away a few pennies every time, or, a small amount, so when we get to 25 years or whatever the period is, we would have the money to pay for it.
That is the goal.
That's ideal. That's ideal.
Well, we got to solve these issues. We can't just sit back and say, we hope it works out, and it turns out at budget time, we have to cut everything, we don't have enough money. That answer is going to get us in deep trouble, or it already has. So we got to start addressing these issues with the proper funding.
So I encourage you to come when we discuss the budget, so then you can come and hurrah my budget.
I'm trying to get here ahead of the budget.
Thank you.
Melinda, what was the life expectancy on it again?
15 years.
It's about 15 years.
Another 15 years? Okay.
And it is in the capital plan. I mean, we put it in the
Yeah,
capital
we put
plan.
it in the capital plan. I mean, everything's going to cost. It's going to cost if you do a bond or a C of O.
It's not
or-
cheap to run a city, Mayor.
I know,
But we
I'm
did
just
raise
saying.
the impact fees.
You
We
did
did raise the
impact
impact fees.
So that's, where we're hoping we can
But
get.
I just heard you say that we can't use all of that.
I have to
I
go
don't
look.
know.
I have to go
Okay.
look.
You have to go look. Okay, well, if we could, that's perfect. Then
I just don't
we
know
could-
if we will generate enough impact fees to cover the
That
total
too.
cost of the water tank at
But
the
we
time.
could we put aside some of the impact fees in a special fund for the future?
Yes.
They
we could
have
do
to be
that?
spent within a certain year
Oh,
period.
they
So
do.
like 5 years, 10 years.
Oh, in accordance with our CIP. Okay, so there are restrictions or guidelines.
And so right now, your impact fees are paying for water rights and things of that nature.
Okay. All right. Always a challenge. All right, thank you. Then we go to agenda item 10.4, and this is a roll call vote. And let me read this presentation. Discussion and possible approval of a resolution authorizing the use of eminent domain to acquire a portion of Zarzamora Creek, a property described in the Bexar County Real Property Records at Volume 4725, pages 1637 to 1697, and Bexar County Appraisal District Property Identification Number 217323, said property owned wholly or partially by the DeLand 2 Corporation. So, Melinda, explain this to us.
So
This is
that
your
creek that's right
item.
in front of HEB,
Right.
right inside the loop, the Land Corporation went out of business a long time ago. We've been mowing it once a year for Basura Bash,
Right.
basically trespassing. And then we're trying to write letters to the property owner over the rest of the year to try and get it cut. Well, the businesses are mad. Everybody over there is mad because the creek is a mess. And, every time we go to clean it, it's been so long in between cleanings that is very difficult. There's also shopping carts down there, bio waste, biohazard waste. It's just nasty. And so it is part of our stormwater system, even though it's privately owned. We did clean up the other side where the old cafe was at and got permission from that property owner, able to contact her. And so she's given us permission to go ahead and do that part. But this one, we will never get permission from anybody to do it because it's an extinct owner. And so the only way to combat that is, unfortunately, for the city to own the property. And so in order to own the property, we have to go through the eminent domain process, and this is a part of that process.
Okay, yes, Counselor Campos.
So when we go through this process, who are we taking this from? I don't know, if we don't know the owner, how does this happen?
It's listed as the DeLand 2 Corporation. That corporation is defunct. They're out of business, they're gone. And so basically.
Go ahead.
We'll publish notice.
Yeah, you publish
for
the
owners
notice.
of
Yeah,
the
you do that
Deland
all the time.
Corporation. It'll be a newspaper publication, most likely,
Mhm.
that we'll go seek from the judge, and then whatever award that's given will be placed in the registry of the court and, sent up to, the found property of the city. But I will tell you that our review has indicated that they have valued the land at $0.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right. And
So-
again, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just
Any
gonna-
liability issues for the city by taking ownership of this piece of property?
Yes, sir.
We got to clean it.
We got to clean it.
Other than clean it, but
He's
I
saying
mean,
if somebody gets hurt there or something.
It's
Yes,
just like
it's a
Heber
city
Creek.
property, it's a city piece of property, yes. It's the same liability that we have here on City Hall. It's our property.
We own Heber Creek, same liability.
So the attorney and I talked about court costs to be determined and insuring fees.
Right.
Yeah. I told him court costs are really going up high. I don't think
They
I've ever
are.
seen a court cost less than $500 now. I'm telling you.
And of course,
Whether
I mean,
it's
going
filing
through
a petition or probate or whatever, it's about 500. Yeah.
Right, and as far as attorney's fees goes, I mean, we're not anticipating opposition.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe an hour hearing at most, but, if somebody shows up, they show up, and we have to deal with it at that time.
Okay. And then the publication, I guess that's in something, right?
That'll be in
'Cause that's
the-
a court cost.
yeah,
Court
correct.
cost too. Okay.
One more. I'm sorry.
Mr. Martinez, and back to Mr. Campos. Go ahead,
And
please.
basically, the city has been kind of taken over this property for the last 20 years. Has the city filed any liens on the property?
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Okay, so there are liens, so then when we go to court, we can just show that, hey, we got an X number of dollars in liens, and boom, it's going to be ours.
I hope so.
Well, somebody's got to pay the liens if they want the property, right?
Yeah, nobody's coming
I don't think anybody's
And
going to
no-
challenge it.
nobody's
If
gonna
we
show
put the
up.
liens on, then we don't have to pay ourselves back.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, nobody's gonna show up, it's a liability. And I was going with what, the Mayor Pro Tem was going as far as the consequences. There's a lot of homeless people that sleep under the bridge right there in that area.
But you have a lot of homeless people that sleep under Bandera Road Bridge. I mean, you own that too. Anywhere that there's public land, you're going to have homeless, you're going to have, and so every instance or every circumstance has a different liability. It just depends on what happens there. And if the city is neglectful in any way,
Yeah.
always plays a factor.
Yeah, and I'm okay with it. We spend money every year on it anyway to clean it up.
That's their bachelor's fee.
And we owe it to our
Okay.
business partners that are there.
All right. Go
So,
ahead.
but
Dr. Culler,
Counselor Campos.
Is there any, have we discussed this with TML Insurance? Do they have any issues? with
No,
it?
it's like any other. We pick up parkland all the time. It's just added to the rosters. It's got zero value. It's more, the cost is going to come in just maintaining the property. Now, the businesses and stuff, because they've been so anxious with us trying to clean it, they've offered to give us some money to help continuously mow that area, at least
Right.
for the next year. And so I think they're just anxious to us to clean up that portion of the property.
Thank you for all the work that y'all have done.
Okay. So staff recommends approval. So
Well, I-
whoever makes the motion would need, y'all see where you need to read it exactly?
Read it exactly?
Yes, sir. If you would do that.
This is statutory.
This is statutory, so we need a motion,
All
a
right.
second,
Let me-
and we need
let
a
me
roll call
Check
vote.
my eyes here. I move approval of the resolution and that the City of Leon Valley authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire property described as the property described in the Bear County Real Property Records at volume 4725, pages 1637 to 1697, and Bear County Appraisal District Property Identification Number 217323. Said property owned wholly or partially by DeLand 2 Corporation for necessary fee, simple acquisition for the purpose of, among other municipal purposes, including but not limited to a waterworks system including drainage and emptying facilities and other public uses.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Roscoe to approve the resolution of 10.4 as read. Can I do that? And not have to reread it again?
No, no,
Yeah.
yes.
Is that all right? I just didn't think, I've already, yeah, okay. So may we have a roll call vote? City Manager, please.
Councilman Martinez?
Yay.
Councilman Hyle?
Yes.
Councilman Campos?
Yes.
Councilman Orozco?
Yes.
Councilman Bradshaw?
Okay.
Okay, the motion passes 5 ayes and no nays. Great, thank you. Well, we're moving that one down the road. Okay, and the last issue on regular agenda 10.5, presentation and discussion of an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment for the fiscal year 2025 from the Economic and Community Development Reserve Fund in the amount of $8,500 for the purpose of increasing the police forfeiture fund to provide funding for the capital acquisition of a vehicle. And this is a first reading as required by our city charter. And we have Roque Salinas, Executive Director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to try and be very brief but
Okay.
very quick with this item. It's a very, very simple item. So the purpose of this item is for the budget adjustment for us to move $8,500 from the Economic Development Fund into the Police Forfeiture Fund. The Economic Development Fund, or the revenue from there, is technically still general fund money. And so what we're trying to do is that the police department is in the process of getting new vehicles for the city. They're trying to get some vehicles before the prices increase due to all the tariffs. And so the truck that we are in question is a black 2018 Ford F-150. It has been used by the city since we bought it. It's a brand new truck. It's past its useful life for PD. They have gone to trade-in value, and they received probably about $8,500 to try and get new vehicles for the police department. We feel that there is enough use in that truck left for our animal and code compliance staff to use it, specifically for the picking up of dead animals throughout the fiscal year. The last truck that they had was a 2006 Nissan truck, and it kind of just broke down at the end, so we don't have a pickup truck besides the animal control truck. And the other alternative right now is the 2013 Chevy Volt, which when we're picking up possums and rodents, and not rodents, possums and other vermin, deer, it can't go in the truck, it can't go in the car. And so a pickup truck is probably the best use of this vehicle. So we are essentially moving just funds from the general fund, economic development fund, to the police forfeiture fund, so that truck can be repositioned and reused for general fund use. It's not going to be solely used for the economic development department, but it's mostly going to be used for animal control and code enforcement. But it's still kind of the same pot of general fund money, and so that's why we need to move those funds. The truck has 90,000 miles on it. It's something that I think it's a win-win for all of us. It's been in our truck since we got it. It's a brand new truck, and so we know the maintenance. We're very reliable on the maintenance on it, and so we think it's going to be a more reliable truck for $8,500 than we can get pretty much anywhere else. And so that's why we're trying to get the car.
Okay, so just for clarification, we can, our animal control and code enforcement were police officers. And so the truck was able to be used with police forfeiture funds because it was bought out of the police department. There's regulatory requirements in regards to police forfeiture funds. All we're doing is moving economic community development funds and purchasing it from the police department, from the police forfeiture fund. That's all we're doing. Because our code enforcement are no longer peace officers. That's it. The first read. If you're ready to go, it can go on consent for the next meeting.
Okay.
That's all it is.
All right, sounds good. Yes,
So does the money
Councilor
doesn't come
Roscoe.
from the red light cameras?
No, this is police forfeiture fund money. It's done through your DEA agents. That they're the ones that recoup that cost, and so you can only use police forfeiture funds for police related uses. And so that vehicle at the time was used by the police department. And so you cannot use police forfeiture funds for any other use other than police-related items.
And that's why it has to come from.
That's why we
community
have to
and
buy
economic.
it. And we've done this in the past.
Okay.
We've purchased vehicles
Yeah.
from the police forfeiture fund.
All right,
before.
thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Martinez, and then Mr. Yarn.
Well, normally I support the police department. I have some serious questions about this moving the money.
So I want to make it
let
clear,
me-
you're
let me
not,
finish, please.
I know, but you're not, I would just want it, so that way you understand, you're not moving the money, you're buying the vehicle from the police department.
Okay, let me finish, please. When we did away with the Economic Development Corporation, we had an election to create the Economic Development Committee, and it was Economic Development and Community Development. And it was, I was against the community development portion of it, and it was explained to me that the community development was to be used, let's say, if a business came in and they had to replace a sewer line, or they had to put sidewalks in, or roof work or something, it would be for community development, economic development and community development. So I don't see where taking the money, and this is, we have a tax, a 0.25% tax going for economic development. And I can't see where money is
1/8.
1/8%? Okay, 1/8, I corrected, 1/8%. I can't see where that money is being used for either an EDC or community development
If
project.
you don't think code enforcement, as far as businesses, is not community development, I don't know what is.
No.
And so, you're taking it from your reserve, you're not taking it from your project line item, you're taking it from the reserve economic, and it's general fund money. And so you have 900,000 sitting there, I would hate to hit your general fund reserve for 8,500.
It's really not general fund money.
It is
was
100%
put- It's
general
put in
fund
the
money.
general fund, but it's specifically earmarked for community development and economic development. And I would like to get Mr. Rodriguez's opinion. Is it legal for us to pull the money from the EDC? We have a special tax for this, for economic development, community development, to use this for a use that's not in those venues.
Right, so this is EDC money?
So it is not, we do not have an economic development corporation. Out of 2017, the citizens voted to move the abolish Economic Development Corporation and move the economic development funds into general fund money. These are general fund dollars. We have them assigned in our budget for economic and community development. And so we're saying that code enforcement, going out and patrolling code enforcement in the community, you're not buying a brand new vehicle. We're using it to buy a current used vehicle for $8,500, which you can't get another vehicle for that. To use that as a community portion, as dictated in the resolution.
Right, so I guess the answer then is that if it was coming out of EDC money, there's a very specific list of items in which you can do.
This is not EDC.
This is not.
It is not
It is
EDC.
EDC money. It comes from the 1/8% sales tax.
It's not a corporation.
Not a corporation. anymore.
Right, and the fact that it was abolished by the voters,
Correct.
and that money was retained by the city, it
For
in essence.
EDC and CD.
And
community
that's within y'all's right
To
view it
define-
that way.
right, to define what
Absolutely.
community
I'm not
is.
saying, the question is, can you do it? The answer is yes, you can do it. You may choose not to, for the reasons that you're stating, but is it possible for you to do it? Yes, it is.
And that's how.
Yeah. So community, I mean, I think code enforcement is community. We're trying to go out and help support, clean up our area and pick up animals. That's for the community,
But if
right?
this had come out of the EDC, I'm sorry,
Right,
Mayor.
it's
But if this had come out of the
community.
EDC, it would
would be
100% tell
100%
you, no,
correct.
that's not a consistent use.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Yarnell. No, you're good. I'm just
Thank you,
wanted to-
Mayor and Council.
Yes, you bet.
The money that we're talking about, how did it get into our budget? This
From
money that
sales
we got,
tax. Oh,
this
it's-
$8,500.
Oh, 85.
Oh, no, so the $8,500,
Well, whatever figure we're talking about here.
You mean,
But
how
there's
was
not-
that determined?
yeah, so we got it
Our
appraised.
budget.
It didn't get into our budget. The truck is appraised at $8,500.
Okay, just a minute. I'm saying this wrong. How did the city receive this money? Where did it come from?
There's no money received.
Well, no, you're saying, where did the Economic Development Reserve money come from? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, these are projects that, we just accumulated over the last couple of years, correct me if I'm wrong, from projects that we didn't use the money. So it went into a reserve fund.
It is
Just
sale-
like we do with general fund. If we don't use the money, it goes into a reserve.
It was 1/8
Right.
It is sales tax money that the city generates. It's a fund. It's a, but it's still general fund, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
sales tax money, yeah.
Okay. Is that an authorized use of the sales tax money according to state statutes?
Yes. The city attorney already weighed in and said yes.
So, okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of confusing what's going on, actually.
No, what it is that what the community fails to understand is that this went to the voters. We no longer have an economic development corporation. It was abolished. The legislature allowed cities at the time, and there was only a few of us that did it, that incorporated your sales tax dollars into your general fund budget. Now, we did set up a resolution that was adopted by the city council, and that resolution said that the funds would be used for economic and community-related items. But y'all define what economic and community is, and that's why y'all set up the advisory committee. That's why we have the projects, and those projects come to you. I was just trying not to hit your general fund reserve. I felt like code enforcement and picking up animals in front of businesses and in the community was enough of a community use to use for $8,500.
Yeah, I agree. Yes.
So it just depends on if you agree. It sounds like the attorney has weighed in that this is something we are legally allowed to do. It just depends. It sounds like Mr. Martinez is in disagreement that this is a community development use.
Which is valid, it's a valid.
Yeah, that's an argument that you can have, and you can vote to not approve this, but
Well,
okay with it.
it's the first read, so
Right.
we have to
So
decide if it's
let's-
going to go in the consent
So let's
next
go
time.
home, because it's almost 11.
Okay, so is there consensus to put it in consent for next meeting?
Consent?
No.
Yeah? Okay, well, we can always pull it, Mr.
Got three
Martinez.
ayes
So,
and a maybe.
consent agenda. Okay, very good. Yes, what else would you say? Anything else? Okay.
I was just going to say, thank you for what you said. And, I mean, the comments are valid, the questions are valid, and now we have the answer from the city
Yeah.
attorney, and we'll just move forward. But
We'll
I think
go from
I think it's a win-win all the way around, where we got the truck. It's at the end of its useful life for the police department. We had it appraised. It's worth $8,500. We have another city department that can use it for code enforcement, and that's the most economical way to get another vehicle that we.
I just had a question. We don't have to add anything to the truck for the animals, do we?
No, they've
It's-
already been using it. It's
Okay.
just they were peace officers at the time. So
Okay, that's it. So it's already planned for the animals. Okay. So we'll put it on consent agenda with consensus. Okay. Request for members of city council to add future agenda items. Anybody? All right. Yes, sir. You've got a comment.
Can you put the list up for a second?
What list?
For things for council for future recommendations?
Future
You can have
agenda
it
items.
listed.
He wanted to see the list, the pipeline. That's on at the very,
I don't know
it's
if
on the
Sandra put
very
it on. If
end.
not, you got to go to the packet and pull up the pipeline. Is there something specific, Mr.
While
Osgood,
you-
is pulling
while
it
you're
up?
doing that, a year ago, I attended a small conference in Opie Chapel Conference Area where Ray Lopez, Albert Udeste, the tax office personnel were there, and they gave a seminar on the taxes that you just got. I don't know if y'all got your value of your home taxes from Bexar County yet? Well, they gave a class on how you can
Protest?
contest the appraisal, and it was very informative. They said they would do it free for Leon Valley, for our neighbors, all we need to do is provide the space. So I don't know if that's something that the council would,
So if you can give me the contact information, I know when we contacted, they wanted to charge us.
well, they did, okay,
Yes,
let me
so-
call them again.
Okay, so if you have
'cause
contact, sir, I'll reach out. Definitely, we can do it as a public, open to the public and hold it at the
But-
community center.
Excuse me, I think there's a deadline to protest your taxes, right? May 15th, I believe. So if we're going to do it, we have to do it quickly.
You're
I
right,
just need the
exactly.
contact
Yeah.
info.
So
If you get
I'll
it to me, I'll
contact
have
them tomorrow.
Okay.
And if they're gonna charge, well, then we'll let Bear County pull it out. And then,
Okay, so
going
tax
to the
protest
Veterans
seminar.
Memorial,
Scroll up, Roca. The very, I'm sorry, scroll down.
towards to the,
Keep going. I have the Veterans Memorial as proposed in your capital budget for next year. It's 24,000. Scroll down, Roka.
Okay,
There you
so
go.
you don't need a second?
I don't. I already have it planned in your FY 2026 capital budget. It was at some point, I don't know who it was, but asked us to add it. And so it's in your budget as proposed, and you will debate that topic with the council during that time.
Very good, okay, because I reached out to several veterans organizations, and they want to get involved. They don't want to give us any money, but they're definitely going to support us on it.
Oh, they don't want to give any money?
They're going through a difficult time because of COVID, and they're trying to get their, like the GI Forum and Veterans American Legion, and they're just having a financial hardship at the moment. But, and also, on the 26th, I may miss the first Coffee with the Mayor.
Oh, my gosh.
My grandson, they just won the district championship in Corpus, so we're going to go see him play in the playoffs, and I think that's one of the days that, so we're going to, congratulations
We'll miss you.
to
Okay.
Veterans Memorial. And that's all I got.
Okay, very good. All right, so if there's no objections, we'll move to adjourn at 11:04 on Tuesday, April 15th, tax day. Good evening.
So this your last meeting, sir?
No, apparently it's not. Because we gotta canvass the votes first, so I get next one. And then it's my last one. I'll come for the trade over. We have to tag out.
No, I'm staying. Yeah, but I'm not having
Take care.
You need to sleep on your couch, right? Or are you already on there? Yeah. It's already taken.
You know who's number one in baseball, right?
Oh, I heard that, but you know what?
You know who they lost to 2 weeks ago, right?
Oh.
It's not about.
Starting for the Cubs.
I sent it to an email back to Senior, so he'll let you know. If not, then I was going to ask Ed, so, and I can go through it. If you can, just let me know. Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, Betty, it was about the, Philip, one other thing.
Just right across the street. I'll walk out.
You going down too?
Yeah. Well, I'm from heard what happens in those cars. Mayor, am I good to go?
You are good to go. You are good to go.
Now, next time, I think we'll do what Jim talked about. Get back on schedule.
I'm totally confused. Totally confused.
Yeah,
Because it's, well, no, it's the second one.
I know, but I was here last time, and I was like, well, I'm going to be, I've got to be in Rockport for a hearing tomorrow on the motion, and so, well, I'm coming here, and I signed everything.
Okay, thank you. Well, good luck and drive safely tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that last item here. I was trying to make sure everything was clear. About the forfeiture, I didn't mean to, I told Mr. Regina, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted you to use the right words.